Oh, good evening, everyone. If you could take a seat, please. We have a quorum. And come to quiet. We're going to start, so if you could all take a seat and come to quiet, please. Be much appreciated. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 22nd regular meeting of the Ojai City Council. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We have an important agenda tonight ahead, but before we dive in and take roll call, I want to take a moment to address an upcoming discussion regarding one of our most popular recreation department programs, gymnastics. We know this program holds a special place in the hearts of many in our community, and we want to ensure that we give it the attention it deserves. To that end, we'll be holding a special meeting dedicated solely to this topic on Tuesday, November 19th at 6 p.m. in this same room at Kent Hall. During this special meeting of the Ojai City Council, we will discuss its future, gather feedback, and explore ways to enhance our overall recreation offerings. If you would like additional information on what will be covered at this special meeting, please grab a copy of the press release and the newsletter available in the back of the room outlining the discussion to take place on November 19th. For today's meeting, I kindly ask that you hold your comments on this program until that special meeting on November 19th. Your input is valuable, and we want to make sure, excuse me, can we have quiet, please? Thank you. We want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to share their thoughts in the right setting. Thank you for your understanding and for your commitment to our community. I look forward to our discussion at the upcoming meeting. With respect to this evening, we are implementing the new City Council member timed comment period in accordance with the Code of Conduct recently adopted by the City Council. Council members will have 5 minutes at a time, with each council member receiving an opportunity to comment. The council may cycle back through for an additional 5 minutes each on a debatable motion after being recognized to speak. This will allow priority given to council members who have not yet spoken on the matter under consideration. If there are any questions about this new process, Assistant City Manager Taylor Anderson, thank you, Taylor, is available to address. Now, unless there are any council member questions on this new process, let's move forward on today's agenda. All right, Chief Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Absolutely, Mayor. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Francina.
Here.
And will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome, community, staff, Mayor, Council. Please rise as you are able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. And is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve it.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we have some wonderful presentations tonight, and we will begin with the annual Historic Preservation Commission Award recipients. And we have our chair, Brian Akins, here to present.
So, sorry, I was looking around for the plaques, I think. Oh, Weston's got them over there, of course. Hello, my name is Brian Akins. I am the current chair of the City of Ojai Historic Preservation Commission. It is an honor for me to do this, to be here tonight. Having done this for, I think, 9 or 10 years now, I will tell you that I'm kind of a guy on traditions, but I really love the fact that you changed it from the first meeting in December to the last meeting in October. Because 2 years ago when we tried to do this with all the big change, it was interesting. So thank you for doing that. I also want to thank the council for recognizing the awards on these individuals. They all are fabulous people. They provide stories and responsibilities in cleaning up cemeteries. So I'm going to bring them up now. So first of all, I would like to bring up Connie Biggers. I'm bringing my ruler next time too, so I can measure the 12 inches away from the mic. Yeah, instructions up here. So Connie, if you could join me, please. Which way would you like to go?
Either way,
Oh, just don't hide behind me.
we have the tall and small of it.
Okay, there we go. So this is Connie Biggers. You might know the Biggers names from Biggers Bees. Of course, Susan does. I was going to bring a Biggers Bees honey can tonight from the museum tonight, but I couldn't get there. So Connie has been very involved in the community from all over the place. We were talking about her being a teacher at Nordhoff. With the Ojai Valley Women's Club for 5 years. There's a reason I say it that way. The Ojai American Legion Auxiliary for 30 years, Rotary Club of Ojai for 2 years, taught PE and history at Nordhoff High School in Ojai, of course, for 30 years, serving as the girls' athletic coach for 15 years. Connie has a real interest in the Nordhoff Cemetery, with her first cleanup efforts done on a small scale, and then friends started helping with publicity, involving members of the community, different organizations, veterans groups, to work together along with the Ojai Public Works, has been a work in progress. The Nordhoff Cemetery is now being cleaned up on the weekend, Saturdays before Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and at times the Wreaths Across America event. So a commercial is that on November 9th from 9 to 12, at the cemetery, they will be doing a cleanup in honor of Veterans Day.
Amen.
Amen. So at this time then, I'd like to present Connie Biggers with the annual award. I'm going to switch with you
Okay.
because the mayor's coming up on my right.
And I just want to say thank you to Connie, and I know that you are always ready to give and have worked so many fundraisers, and you're also so much fun, I can tell, so thank you. Thank you for coaching track, which is huge.
Okay, I'm
Congratulations.
full of the devil, and also I want to say one reason why this was undertaken was my thanks go to Marcia Fry as a historian, and the countless number of veterans that are not veterans but volunteers that had come out. And then all of this died, and the cemetery looked very sad, very pathetic, very under-respected. And this never happened in my family, and felt that it was time to move on this. We dovetail with a lot of the community organizations. My thanks really go to those volunteers of those organizations, as well as a good friend, Patty Bagley, who you may be acquainted with. Individuals like Perry Van Houten with the Ojai Valley News, Steve Adams, the photographer. And I tell you, it takes a village, and we are finally respecting the place of those that lived in the Ojai Valley, whether they were ranchers, housewives, business people, professional people, whether they are military people. Come on out and help us. It's one of the most beautiful, charming, eclectic cemeteries you will find in California. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get out of here.
I know.
We're not letting you out of here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now Connie's straight to bed because we're going to be cooking those hot dogs on Friday at the Trunk or Treat in Oakview. We've now done that, I think, 3 years, so wonderful time. A second person up that we want to recognize is Janice Cash. Janice Cash, come on up. There we go. There we go. Are you going to go on my right? There we go. Keep it. People looking around. So Janice Cash writes and posts historical articles online about Ojai and Ventura County history. She illustrates her posts with historic photographs. She has a Facebook page called Forgotten History and Memories of Ventura County. I highly recommend it. Highly. Most of her posts cover topics relating to the Ojai Valley, where she has permanently resided since 1987. She is an amateur photographer, currently specializing in Ojai Valley scenic and music photography. Janice said in her retirement years are dedicated to preserving the history and memories of this wonderful, multi-textured, rich, colorful, sometimes pink, sometimes important pink, valley, which is and will be her forever home. So, yes. So we're thrilled to have you up here. I am thrilled. I think I read 3 articles in the last 24 hours because they're my candy. So we will now have the mayor.
And I just want to say thank you to Janice for your dedication to our history and preserving our community and loving it so much. We're really grateful to you. Thank you.
I don't have too much to say, but I want to thank Brian and Craig for being so supportive, and members of the council for hosting this event, and members of the community. What's really fun about what I do is I started doing this in earnest more during the pandemic when I was in complete lockdown, and I was retired, and I went into an OCD. I've always been fascinated with the history, and I've always been a writer, but I spend hours and hours a day on researching all over Ventura County, but primarily Ojai, which is where I've lived for quite a while, off and on. I started in Ojai during the Krishnamurti era. That's what brought me to Ojai in the first place. I used to hear him speak at the Oak Grove. So that's what drew me to Ojai in the first place. But what I love about it is the participation on my blog, history blog, of the community that helps fill in details. Once I write an article about something, all these details of people that empirically have witnessed all these, transitions in the valley and, hope to preserve the valley because it's so special to them. So we get to kind of, as a community, gather information together once I do a post. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, take your time. Over here. Photo. Photo. We don't want that.
Good. Thank you.
Paparazzi. Thank you, Janice. Again, if you're looking for something good on Facebook, Forgotten History and Memories of Ventura County. Excellent. Okay, now I would like to bring the older brother of Julie Tumamite. I say that because people are always like, is he related to Julie? So Patrick, and he told me he was the older one, so I don't know if that's true and he's just trying to be nice to his sister, but we were hoping that your sister would make it, but not quite, but, oh, she's here. Woo! There we go. Woohoo! In case you were wondering why we were stalling a lot. So, yes. So, wonderful to have Patrick here. Patrick grew up in the Ojai Valley with his family lineage. He is the son of Vincent and Lucy Tumamite. His lineage traced from his father to at least 11 known Chumash villages. Nice. Since the late 80s, he has been working as a Native American cultural resource monitor, working solo as well as with archaeologists to discover, define, and protect native Chumash sacred sites and village sites. He also does educational programs honoring his Chumash heritage. It is Patrick's goal to protect what is natural in the way native people would want. And he says we have to remind ourselves that we are the gatekeepers of the world in all its glory and beauty and not take Mother Earth for granted. I know Patrick was very key and very involved in rewriting the cultural guidelines for the Valley a number of years ago. So thank you, Patrick. Thank you for being there to preserve what came before us so we can truly know of it and enjoy it and be grateful for it. So I'm going to turn you over to the mayor. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to Patrick for reminding us that we are the gatekeepers of the world. So important. Thank you for preserving that and reminding us, and keep reminding us, please. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, you can talk. Say a couple words of, yeah, you can talk and then we'll take a picture. Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to thank past and present council members for helping us adjust to the culture and the preservation and protection of our cultural resources. You know, as you know, thousands of years we have lived here and occupied this land. And it's my goal and my, interest in trying to preserve all of that. Ojai is a beautiful place, and I love it. And what really reminds me of, a lot of things, and I see it ever so often, is this bumper sticker that says, "Don't change Ojai, let Ojai change you." And it's very appropriate for this valley. It's a beautiful valley, and I cherish it, and I hope that each and every one of you do the same. So thank you. Thank you for all the help everybody has assisted us in, and I truly appreciate it. Like I say, I love this town, so thank you.
Yeah, come over here. I don't get that.
Thank you.
And I can't let him go to a seat without acknowledging your sister who did make it tonight. Julie Tumamite Stensley is a Lifetime Achievement Award for this. Well-deserved for both of you. And I'm glad that we got to where we have recognized the two of you and your family for all that you've done for our valley for generations and generations, centuries. Thank you. More to come. Okay. Okay. Lifetime Achievement Award this year is going to a gentleman who went off on vacation to Europe, traveled with her. I called him a couple weeks ago when you all agreed to his award. He said, "Hey, Brian, what are you doing? I just got out of the theater in whatever city in England he was." I'm like, "Why'd you call me then?" So he got back last Friday, again, traveling for 25 days with his wife. And yeah, he caught the cold on the plane on the way home. So Tony Thatcher, who is our Lifetime Achievement Award winner, is not here tonight. I will make sure he gets the award. Tony Thatcher and his family have been an integral part of Ojai history since 1887, when his grandfather, Edward Thatcher, came to the valley to manage Ojai's first orange ranch. The Thatcher family has established citrus olive industries, the Thatcher School, might have heard of that, founding of Nordoff High School in 1909, George Thatcher Memorial Library, 1893. I challenge you to go find it. Hasn't moved in a long time, right, Susan? Incorporation of the city of Ojai and founding of the Ojai tennis tournament in the 1890s. Tony wrote a great book on that. He's helped Rotary, manage Friends Ranches, Ojai Pixie Growers, Civic Association. He does so much. We are very grateful for all that Tony and his family have done for our valley. And on behalf of Tony, I thank you all for your support, for the Thatcher family, for Tony, and very much appreciate that. So, sure, absolutely.
When I talked to Brian yesterday, I think, Brian said, Tony is everything, which I thought was great. And Tony is everything. Tony's done so much over the decades, and always such a community-minded and generous person. I've had the opportunity to be in meetings with him in the last 4 years, and he always brought tangerines, which was so lovely. So congratulations, Tony, out there, and we love you, and we're so grateful to you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian. And many thanks to Chair Akins for all your hard work and for making that happen. Appreciate it. We have one more presentation. It's from TRC Companies, and they will present the city grant status update regarding energy efficiency.
Yes, Mayor.
He's after.
Yes, Mayor. We have Walker Wells and Myra Vega who will present on Zoom. And Walker, you have the floor. We have your slides up here in council chambers, and you're ready to go.
Okay, great. Wanted to be able to see the slides. I can't see them right now, though.
I see typos everywhere. It's everywhere, everywhere.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to present on the energy efficiency code for the city of Ojai and the progress that's been made since May with the TRC team. My name is Walker Wells. I'm with Ramey Associates, part of that team. I just wanted to walk you through the progress that's been made to date. You can go to the next slide. And I'm actually not able to see the slide, so let me. Okay. All right. I can just follow along here. So on this timeline, this is just here to remind us all that this is a continuum of effort that started, 2017, but really picked up a lot of speed and emphasis with Ojai joining the Clean Power Alliance and having them be your electricity provider. And you can see a number of steps on city policy of electrification of city facilities, new construction code, moving us up to 2024 when we focused on existing buildings and really existing residential buildings with a code that goes beyond state minimum standards. Next slide. We looked at the characteristics of housing in Ojai and determined that the vast majority is single family, 78%, and that there's a relatively even split between renters and owners, which makes us recognize and reminds us that there's sort of equity concerns in here in protecting renters from displacement and not having energy efficiency being used as a vehicle of displacement. And then also relevant is that 93% of the housing stock was built before 1990, which means that a good portion of it could be ready for some type of upgrade, whether that's adding insulation to the attic, changing out windows, changing the water heater, or the HVAC system. So there can be a sort of intersection of the intent of this policy with the renovations that people may be undertaking. Next slide. So what are local energy codes and why are they done? So these codes will be adopted by local governments that want to exceed the state's minimum standards for green building and in the Title 24 Part 6 Energy Code. And the cities that we're working with are doing this largely as part of their climate strategies, whether it's a climate action plan, a climate emergency declaration, and by using less energy and certainly less fossil-based energy, we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There's also a co-benefit of improving air quality. By improving energy performance, there's also an economic benefit. Using less energy means you're buying less energy. And then from a bigger picture standpoint, there's the benefit of increasing grid resiliency by using less energy and potentially making energy through photovoltaic panels, on the building. Next slide, please. So the approach that we've arrived at over the past 6-7 months has been named Flex Path, and that's because it gives people flexible pathways for achieving this higher level of energy efficiency. And a key component of its design is to respond to the 9th Circuit ruling on the Berkeley gas ban, and that ruling basically upheld the perspective that local governments are not allowed to regulate certain appliances and building systems, like hot water heaters and like air conditioners. So we have to ensure that people can comply with this ordinance without necessarily having to install those things that are regulated by the federal government. We also need to make sure that there's a pathway that meets the cost effectiveness tests that are put in place by the State Energy Commission. So this approach does all of that. The intent is to let people pick what fits for their project, again, whether it's insulation or heat pump hot water heater or photovoltaic panels. And so they can select what works for their budget, the scope of their project, the relative age of systems in their building. A positive element is that the administration process can be fairly streamlined and just folded into the regular plan check process. It's basically a checklist where you would tick off the items that you're going to use. Each has sort of a point value associated with it. You need to get a certain number of points and include those features in your project. We're also seeing a number of peer cities adopting this approach. San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz have adopted it without any legal challenges, and we are currently working with West Hollywood and Santa Monica on a similar approach. So next slide, and also last slide. Just to kind of give you a sense of the timeline, we kicked off in May, did some of this analysis I've talked about, conducted 2 rounds of stakeholder engagement in August with the business community and with the environmental community. Starting in September, we started drafting the ordinance. That draft ordinance has been submitted to the city in an initial version for review. We're here today for the information session. And the intent in the rest of October and November and December is to finalize the ordinance and bring it back to you for first and second readings before the end of the year. And once it's been approved at the local level, it needs to go to the Energy Commission and Building Standards Commission for approval, and that usually takes 2 to 3 months. So likely would be able to go into effect sometime in late February or March. And the last slide just says questions if you have any, and if there's an opportunity to take some. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Walker. Much appreciated. Any questions from council? Well, thank you again, and we're really happy and grateful for your work and excited to see the ordinance. So much appreciated. All right, thank you very much. And we have now commission reports. We have a report from Chair Smitty of the Arts Department of Commission. Sorry.
I think it's great these kids are here, isn't it? They're gymnastics kids. I'm your arts commissioner. I say gymnastics are an art. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to talk to you guys. Thank you, Liaison Whitman, for checking in last week before we had our presentation, 21 grant applicants this year, so we're really excited to be in that process. I want to thank Councilperson Rule for kind of giving us a guidance that we're trying to follow to the number. Thank you for that. You'll hear more about that later. I will mention that on behalf of Commissioners Wright, Grouse, Steiner, Leeds, and myself, we're excited about moving our plan forward. Now, one of the next steps in our plan was going to be a analysis and measurement of what the arts impact is in the valley, and at the County Department of Arts and Culture alerted me to a grant opportunity available called a Catalyst grant from the state for the Central Coast. They include Ventura County in the Central Coast as well, and he recommended that I apply. So I got application in last week for an $250,000 accelerator grant, it's called, and we're going to be we'll be working on that over the next few weeks. I just wanted to give you a quick little primer on what this is about. So the county's undergoing a high-level economic impact study of the creative economy across the county. The study will be a starting point for communities to understand and to nurture local quality jobs in the sector, especially for underserved constituents. The creative economy, just a quick primer here, refers to the economic activities that are driven by creative industries and occupations. It encompasses a wide range of sectors, including the arts, design, media, film, and other industries that embed original ideas into the products or services. It's characterized by the economic value associated with goods, services, and intellectual property born of created work. It's often grossly overlooked by government and school programs. So our Catalyst grant is going to have 4 parts. One will be actually undergoing a study to try to measure, collect data, surveys, economic indicators, social impact measurements, environmental benefits of what the arts are in our valley. It's called an acceleration grant. Since we already have a plan and a grants program, we're going to apply for $100,000 as part of this for our existing arts grants applicants as well over a 3-year period to be able to augment or match what the city is generously providing. And we want to also apply $50,000 to our mentorship program. We've recently formed an ad hoc committee for I want to thank all our ad hoc committee members, our grants applicants, our murals, and now our mentorship program. Every time we form a committee of artists, professionals from the community, to help us in making recommendations to council. It really helps kind of pull and glue together our community, especially with our creative economy. And then lastly, and I will revitalize our arts economy through better use of our existing resources. If you were a little town somewhere out in Ventura County that said, oh, we'd like a Libby Bowl and 2,000 art professionals so that we can be like Ojai, all right? Money can't buy that, but we already have that, and so we want to use it well. I'll come up later during public comments on the bowl itself, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what we're up to over at the Arts Commission.
Thank you, Chair Smitty. Much appreciated. And great plans. We're excited. Thank you for all your dedication. All right, we will give him a hand. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And thank you for making our community more beautiful. All right, we will move on to public communication. And just a reminder that this is the time for members of the public to address the City Council on items of business that are not on the agenda. We can agendize these items for the future, and we appreciate your input and participation. Members of the public, while we value your enthusiasm, please refrain from making side comments, clapping, or, of course, booing. Please help model civility and respect, even when we disagree, and make it about policy and not personality. And just a reminder, we have a half an hour public comments at the beginning, so I'll take the first 10 cards that I received, and then we will take the rest after our first discussion item. So we'll begin with Jolene Catlett, then Amelia Catlett, and then Steve Quillisi.
Catlett, just for the record. That's okay. My daughter's experience in the Ojai gymnastics has been a shining example of empowerment through passion and supportive community. My daughter, now 10 years old, started at the age of 2 and has blossomed over the years. In the past year, she has advanced 2 levels and nearing competition status. The gymnastics program's supportive staff and community has fostered her dedication. Her collegiate and Olympic ambitions underscore her remarkable progress for dedication. This journey showcases the resounding impact and the unwavering enthusiasm and supportive direction from the Ojai Valley Gymnastics. My daughter's story serves as one of hundreds of compelling arguments for preserving or improving the current gymnastics program. Ojai parents were surprised on October 11th when an email from Mr. Davis, head of the rec center, revealed the city's plan to reduce the classes to 2 days a week. This decision, made without consultation and community input, affects a vibrant program catering from ages 2 through adulthood and is always high in demand. We recognize its potential for development, connection, and community. We should be enhancing existing successful programs rather than diminishing them. Council members, Mr. Harvey, I urge you to examine the Ojai Rec Center and ask the new manager about his modifications. Under his guidance, flourishing programs have scaled back. All of a sudden, adult softball games necessitate staff supervision, and a long-established gymnastics program is being diminished with the intention of donating key equipment. Over the past week and a half, I've engaged in numerous in-depth discussions in person and over social media with Valley residents, and not one individual expressed support for reducing our program. Your ethics meeting this month highlighted proactive transparency, where the assistant city attorney made the analogy, if there's no dogs, you don't build a dog park. I loved that, by the way. Our community wants this program. Why dismantle programs enriching hundreds of youth and families annually instead of augmenting investments? Why conceal plans for months? Our valley prosperity hinges on cultivating youth. Let us advocate for their interest. Lastly, to quote Mr. Randy Haney from the most recent article in the Ojai Valley News, we demand the Recreation and Parks Commission to be fully staffed and engage in all discussions about the future of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolene. And once again, we do appreciate your enthusiasm. I'm going to ask everyone, please, no clapping. You can always do jazz hands if you agree. Thank you very much. Next, we have Amelia Catlett, and then Steve Quillisi, and then Peyton Stafford.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I am in gymnastics at the Rec Center. I'm in Superstars, and I heard you're canceling that class after New Year's. I have been doing gymnastics there since I was in kinder gym. Gymnastics has made me more strong, brave, and more independent. Me and my teammates are very sad and disappointed about your decision. Please keep everything the same and don't change it.
Thank you, Amelia. Next, we have Steve Quillisi, and then thank you for the jazz hands, and then Peyton Stafford, and then Maya Snowbarger.
Good evening. I come to you tonight as the commander of the Ojai Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 11461. And I want to thank you. First, I want to thank Christy Rivera for making it possible for us to have a dunk tank at Ojai Day. I know some of you saw it. Others of you participated. In particular, the mayor, the city manager, and council members Lang and Rule all volunteered to be dunked. And while I understand it violates your rules, I think you four are such good sports that you deserve a round of applause from this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you, Doogie, if you're out there. It was really, really fun. And we got some kids with some good arms in this town. All right, next we have Peyton Stafford. Is Peyton here? And then Maya, and then Christina Snowbarger.
Hi, my name is Peyton. And I've been doing gymnastics for a while now, and it would be sad for you guys to take it away, and if you did, me and other friends of mine would be really sad of your guys' decision, and if we had, like, if you took away gymnastics, we would only have a certain amount of sports left. Thank you.
Thank you, Peyton. Next we have Maya. Then we have Christina, and then Steven Snowbarger.
Hi, I am Maya, and I am a superstar in gymnastics. I have been going to Ojai Valley Gymnastics since I was 2 years old, and I am asking you guys to please not get rid of some of the equipment and not cutting tumbling, open gym, and days off of gymnastics. I love gymnastics. It means so much to me and all of my friends that do gymnastics with me, and I am so sad that you are doing this.
Thank you, Maya. Next we have Steven, then Jamie Jones, and then Holly Jones.
Well, before she said Christina Snowbarger and then Steven.
Oh, yeah, Christina first, then Steven.
Okay. Hi, it's an honor to be here before you guys, and thank you for all that you do. This is great for the children just to have this experience. I looked something up from the American Psychological Association on resilience, and there are variables for children growing up in this complex world. It can be hard for them to thrive. School-age children are not only facing peer struggles, but also unseen emotional pain, stress, and even trauma that can be detrimental at a time where they should be having fun. It's our job as parents and as a community to build resilience in our children, providing an opportunity for our children to connect with their peers so they have a network for social support strengthens resilience. Whether they realize it or not, children crave structure, and we're obligated to provide opportunities for them to develop a regular routine. Rec Center activities teach our children the basics of self-care while implementing exercise and participation in activities they enjoy. They provide opportunities for self-discovery, which help our children to figure out what they're made of and who they are. Specifically, resilience facilitates balance and enables children to be more resilient and during stressful times. As a community, specifically, the gymnastics program is one that sets the children up with reasonable goals and helps them to move toward them one step at a time. They also work together and volunteer with lower levels to support each other in accomplishing and establishing goals. As a community, we need to be in collaboration to provide a variety of activities to cater to the likes and interests that are in demand for all of our children. As a community, we have had our rights violated, and we are determined to be able to come to the table to collaborate, navigate barriers, and accommodate the community as a whole, in addition to maintaining the healthy well-being of our children. The rec department has been unjust and has already begun to cut programs and do away with program equipment before allowing the community an opportunity to come to the table for collaborations. We ask that no changes be made to the current program prior to the due process we're entitled to for collaborations that you guys are giving us on November 19th. We know that there is more than one way to skin a cat, and we ask that we're not forced to deprive our children when there's likely another way. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next we have Stephen, then Jamie Jones, then Holly Jones.
Hi, my name is Stephen Snowbarger. Thank you all for letting us be here tonight, and wonderful to see our kids here too as well. I'm speaking on behalf of our daughters and the Ojai Valley Gymnastics program through the City Rec Department. I'm sorry I had to write this because I'm not real good at speaking off it. Anyway, I was sad to hear that the decision was made to dismantle and scale down the gymnastics program without seeking input from our community and the people involved in such programs. I have seen the way the announcement has affected our daughter Maya and her friends and the parents of this decision. I pray for all of you, quiet your minds and soften your hearts. I would pray that you would quiet your minds, soften your hearts for our children, because these type of programs have been the cornerstone of this valley for over 30 to 40 years now. And I heard a great saying when I first walked in here. It was from the mayor, and she was saying, well, she was giving an award. She said, we are the gatekeepers of the world, but we're also the gatekeepers of our children and this community. Please don't forget that. And we are also the gatekeepers together to watch out for our children. Our children are the future. By making these type of decisions, you'll be causing damage to our children and our community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next we have Jamie Jones, then Holly Jones, then Scott Miller.
Hi, my name is Jamie Jones. I'm 8 years old and I'm on pre-team. Please keep the equipment and we can share the gym. And we would be really disappointed if you would take away some of the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next we have Holly Jones. And then Scott Miller.
Hi there. I just want to speak on the most important thing is the fact that you guys are planning to get rid of the equipment. So if you guys get rid of the bars and the beams and the vault, we'll just be left with mats, which turns gymnastics into a tumbling class. And I want to remind you guys that you guys or Matt Davis is getting rid of the tumbling class. So I don't know what you plan to call this program without any equipment, but it doesn't make any sense. I urge you guys to come to a tiny tumbling class. See all those new parents meet other new parents that live in the valley. Come watch these girls put equipment away at 7:30 p.m. after a 2.5 hour class. They're exhausted, but they're putting the equipment away. Just come out, come see what these girls do. And also, if you take this away, we don't have softball. We don't have cheerleading. We don't have youth football anymore. Or baseball is down in Oakview now. We are so limited. And also, gymnastics isn't at the high schools. You can, go play basketball. You can go play soccer. You can go play all these sports for middle school and for high school. You can't go play gymnastics at Nordhoff. So if you eliminate it, you're completely taking it out of the valley. And sometimes it's impossible for families to get to Ventura. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next we have Scott Miller.
Hi there. My name is Scott Miller. I'm working with Brian Johnson to hopefully make Ojai a Don't Die city. I know this sounds kind of strange, but he has dedicated his life to improving everyone's life. And we're in a really delicate stage in our evolution, our transition from AI to the environment and all kinds of challenges that we're facing. And the Don't Die philosophy is basically going to a vegetarian diet and protecting our environment and working together. And I'm personally working with him, and I would like to encourage everybody to take the time to understand his philosophy of Don't Die. And I'd like to leave some paperwork for the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. All right, that was 10 comments, so we will take the rest of the comments after our first discussion item. So right now we will move on to consent calendar.
So, Mayor?
Yep. What?
There were a lot of really short comments.
Yeah. Okay.
We should have more.
Okay.
We'll do 5 more.
Yeah. 5 more? 10 more? Okay, because the comments were so short, we're going to take 5 more. First we have John Boetti, then Tina Abbey, and then Camille Holly.
Good evening, Council. At the mayoral candidate debate held by the League of Women Voters a few weeks ago, the subject of the City Hall encampment came up. Specifically, the subject of the locations suggested by the Ojai Board of Realtors was mentioned. Mr. Gilman, one of the candidates running for mayor, made a comment that I found curious. He said, quote, "Some of the locations that were presented by the Ojai Board of Realtors were omitted from consideration, and we don't know why. I would like to know why that is," unquote. That surprised me because I was under the impression that all the recommendations were considered. So I'm asking that the city manager shed some light on Mr. Gilman's comment. I think it would be that the public would like to know.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, could you shed a little light on that, please?
Sure, Mayor. So the direction from the City Council, from what I recall, and you can check the minutes on this if you want to confirm it, was that the city manager was directed to work with the Board of Realtors to vet a list of potential properties. And so to that end, I met with the Board of Realtors probably 3 or 4 different times, going through a list of properties that they had come up with. Some properties that were on their initial draft list were removed for a couple of reasons. One of the instructions that I gave the realtors was that if there were property owners who were not supportive of the proposed project, we shouldn't have them on the list because this was going to be a very public process, and their name was going to be out there, and if they weren't behind the project, there just was no point in subjecting the city or them to that. The other thing that we talked about as far as properties on the list was there were some that were in the industrial area, the Bryant Circle area of town, and I told the realtors I'd been approached before this project independently by a number of different council members on their desire to not have additional housing in that area. So knowing that council members had talked to me about that, I didn't see a reason to bring forward properties in that area either. So with that, we ended up with the properties that were brought to the council. And having been involved in this project for a long time, I can tell you that I'm not surprised that there were a very short list of properties because it's not an easy thing to cite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Next we have Tina Abbey, and then Camille Holly, and then Leonard Clafe.
Hi, my name is Tina Abe, and I just want to make sure you all know how vital the gymnastics program is to the youth of the city of Ojai. My daughter Cammie has participated since 2014, first as a gymnast in the STARS program, then a team member, and now as a coach when she comes home from school. She can't be here tonight because she's a junior at Cal Poly Pomona. She's an RA and a member of the Kellogg Honor College. And I say that not just to brag about her, but when it came time to write her college essays, Guess what she chose to write about? All the lessons she learned at Ojai Valley Gymnastics. That program left a permanent mark on her in all the ways we want our children to be affected. It taught her perseverance, how to set goals and work hard to reach them, how to pick yourself up after a fall, both literally and figuratively, and what it means to be part of a team that celebrates not only your own accomplishments, but every accomplishment of your teammates. Every kip, every handstand, every back handspring is a victory. I hope you can recognize the importance of this 40-plus year tradition in Ojai, and I look forward to seeing it continue for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Next we have Camille, and then Leonard Clafe, and then Dale.
Good evening. My name is Camille Hawley. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Okay, I'm a lifelong resident of Ojai. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience and some up here. While I realize there's going to be a special meeting on November 19th regarding changes to the Ojai gymnastics program, I feel it's important to convey my message urgently. I am a parent of a 10-year-old child currently enrolled in the Ojai Valley Gymnastics program. My daughter has been consistently enrolled in the program for 1.5 years, but first began in the Tiny Tumbler parent and child program with me several years ago. Currently, she attends gymnastics a minimum of 3 days a week and sometimes 4. She's not here tonight because she's at rehearsal for her play, which she does on the 5th night of the week. I'm here tonight to express my concern about decisions made by our city council and current director of Parks and Recreation during a closed session meeting last June that make significant changes to the current gymnastics program. I received an email from Matt Davis on the evening of October 10th, 4 months after the aforementioned closed session meeting, communicating a decision to reduce the gymnastics program to 2 potentially consecutive days per week effective January 2025. In this email, there were vague and unclear messages about why our thriving program is being cut back. We need transparency and clarity, please. The decision to cut practice back to 2 days, made without input from the community, parents, or the gymnasts themselves, is not conducive to maintaining a successful or sustainable program, nor is it in the spirit of healthy community leadership. It's imperative that gymnasts consistently work out and train to maintain and increase strength, flexibility, technique, and knowledge of the gym apparatus as they strive to always improve and build upon their skills with the goal of advancing to a competitive level in the sport. Unfortunately, these opportunities will be abruptly taken away from our hardworking kids. Valuable equipment purchased by parent-led fundraising group will be given away, and we still haven't been told which programming is intended to occupy the gymnasium, only that, quote, the city is exploring opportunities to allow a variety of programming and events to all members of the Ojai community, end quote. No data has been shown that justifies a clear reason for this decision, and our kids are being unfairly castigated as a result. The legacy of our youth gymnastics program in Ojai spans decades and has always been a reliable option for the children of Ojai. There is currently no alternate venue in the valley to compete in or practice gymnastics. However, there are many venues where residents can play basketball, volleyball, pickleball, and otherwise congregate. And the gymnastics program has historically accommodated youth basketball programs when they're in season. I'm out of time, but you cannot put a price on the sense of safety, health, and well-being that our primarily adolescent girls feel.
Thank you, Camille. Next we have Leonard Clafe, and then Dale.
Good evening, everyone. Leonard Clafe. I live in the city of Ojai. Sometime last week, I was at a stop sign in my car on the corner of Aliso and Signal, and a bicyclist came running through that intersection without slowing down, without looking right or left, going probably 25 miles an hour. Cyclists complain all the time about motorists not sharing the road with them, and it should be vice versa as well. I see this regularly. I've stopped one bicyclist. I followed him until he got off his bike, and I stopped my car and I had a conversation with him. And basically he thought it was his God-given right to do whatever he wanted, irrespective of traffic laws. If I hit a bicyclist, I'm going to be fine. My car might get a little dented, but not enough for me to care. But I might kill that person. And I would feel awful probably for the rest of my life if I were to kill someone. If I see this happening regularly, which I do, my assumption is that the police officers who are traveling the streets of Ojai also have to see it fairly regularly. And I am curious as to whether or not and how often police stop and ticket cyclists for totally ignoring the traffic rules. And on a lesser level, the same applies for pedestrians. I cannot tell you how often I see somebody crossing Matilaha Street with their head down looking at their cell phone, looking neither right nor left, and walking at a diagonal so to maximize the amount of time they're in the middle of the street.
It's true.
People, people, if people are not going to use their common sense to protect the public from being the cause of somebody getting killed or injured badly, I would hope occasionally they get ticketed. I think if you start once or twice or 3 or 4 times, as I said before about speeding, word will get around and people will at least slow down as they approach an intersection, will at least look to their left and their right and save some lives. I've got 32 seconds. I'm at the Arts Center. We have a lot of kids in our productions there. It's fabulous for kids to have an activity that brings all sorts of positive attributes of discipline and work and cooperation, etc. Seems to me the same applies to gymnastics. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Next we have Dale.
I'm Dale Hansen. I live in the city of Ojai. I also vote in the city of Ojai. I know most of you probably already voted, but I hope that you will consider Measure O and vote no on Measure O. It is about the constant noise that the people who live there have to endure. And if Measure O passes, it will be terrible for these people. And there's nothing they can do because the pickle players, and we love pickleball, don't get me wrong, those of us that are voting no on we have nothing against pickleball. I think it's a wonderful sport. Everyone should do it, but not in a neighborhood. If you look, if you Google pickleball, you'll see all across the nation that it's not allowed in neighborhoods, and it's a problem if it is in a neighborhood. And I hear people saying that, it's just 1 or 2 people. No, it's not. It's a neighborhood over there that is bothered by the noise. If this measure passes, there'll be no break for these people. Please vote no on O. And on another subject, these gymnastic kids, let's do something for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. All right, we will take the rest of public comment after our first agenda item, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. We have several public comments on consent. Would anyone like to, is there a motion to approve consent?
I want to pull G.
Okay. Is there a second to
But what are the
approve?
public comments?
Yeah.
Do we need to pull?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take all the public comments first. All right, we'll take the public comments first. First, we have Kathleen Smith on E, and Bill Miley on E, and then Bill Miley on F. Okay.
In 2009, veterinarians at UC Davis examined the health records of 759 golden retriever males. What they found was that a significant number of dogs neutered before 12 months developed hip dysplasia as adults. This confirmed that hormones play a much bigger role in dogs' overall health and development than previously realized. The hormones are involved in setting the time when the growth plates of the legs close. Early neutering allows the leg bones to grow too long, and they don't match well in the joint. That's why you see an increase in some breeds in elbow dysplasia, hip dysplasia, or cranial cruciate tears. That same lack of sex hormones can also increase the likelihood of cancers affecting bones, blood vessels, and lymph nodes. So I encourage you to look at this chart published by UC Davis in August of this year. It now comprises the optimal is a chart that comprises the optimal time to spay or neuter 41 popular dog breeds. Your one-size-fits-all approach to mandatory spay-neuter is not rooted in science or even in the best interests of the dogs you claim to care about. And clearly, weight is not a reliable guideline either, as evidenced by the recommended age of 24 months before spaying a Shih Tzu female. And within individual breeds, there is a difference between male and female, also recommended times. I don't doubt your good intentions, but what I find disconcerting was at the last meeting when a council member says, well, when does the average female go into season? I think you should know that if you are trying to pass this legislation. If you're going to overreach, and I do believe that the ordinance is an overreach, then I think you have a responsibility to have more than a cursory understanding of the ramifications. And so I ask the following questions. How did the council come by its knowledge of all aspects of this very complicated issue? What budget has been allocated for increased litigation? You're interfering in what rightfully should be a decision between an owner and his veterinarian. There's science to back up an approach different than what you're trying to oppose.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next, we have Bill Miley on the same item.
Hello. Question. Why are we eliminating the reproductive ability of dogs and cats living within the city limits when there's no data presented as to the excessive number of animals needing services of nonprofit county animal control services? It is most likely excessive numbers of animals come from the unincorporated areas. It would seem easy to find out by getting the data from the animal control services. Where did the dogs come from? Right now, we have nothing to go on except the draft ordinance and stories from advocates. Let's see the evidence. Also, unless I missed it, there's no exemption for legitimate dog and cat breeders. That's E. Thank you. You can call me for F.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, and now we have Bill Miley on F.
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Can there please be a council
This has
response?
to do with unethical breeding. Considering, again, there's no data showing how many dogs are living within the city limits of Ojai, and that there are different veterinarian and breeder opinions about the degrees of breeding physical structures and levels of handicap. It's my opinion this intellectual statement should not be an ordinance, but should be only a resolution. So I urge a no vote. However, if the council chooses to enact this as an ordinance, it might be interesting to put the principal author's name in the ordinance. Maybe 100 years from now, people might wonder where this came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. On the same item, we have Teresa Schumacher, DVM.
Hi, my name is Teresa Schumacher. I'm a veterinarian. I graduated from UC Davis 2015. And I apologize, I only found out about this agenda item today from Dale, so I wasn't prepared to talk a lot about this, but I am very passionate about this topic. The unethical breeding of animals. It's a big topic in debate in veterinary medicine right now. I'm an emergency veterinarian. I've worked in emergency and critical care for almost 10 years, and I got to the point recently where I almost considered a career change because the number of dogs I've seen that have genetic hereditary issues that could have been easily prevented is just off the charts. These cases come in sick, having issues that they were born with. They can't breathe, their gastrointestinal tracts don't work, they have chronic upper airway issues. They're basically in a chronic hypoxic state, meaning they don't have enough oxygen. And I'm specifically talking about brachycephalic breeds, so French bulldogs, pugs, bulldogs. We all love them. I'm not attacking the dogs. I don't think anyone in this room would say they have anything against the dogs themselves. But for me, it's heartbreaking as a veterinarian to see case after case after case of these animals that come in actively suffering with issues that we could have prevented by having some control over the breeding situation. It's not just in Ojai, it's nationwide. It's everywhere. It's not just the medical issues that these animals face themselves, but there are repercussions. We have a lot of backyard breeding going on right now because these animals are so popular. Everyone wants a French bulldog right now. So there are backyard breeders popping up everywhere. There's not enough regulations to control that. And then we end up with a lot of these animals in shelters, overcrowding shelters because of their medical issues. I work with a lot of organizations in LA that are trying to get these animals out of the shelters, but they all need a lot of really expensive veterinary care or they're going to be euthanized. And I think I have a unique perspective here. I've had to euthanize a lot of dogs because of these genetic issues, because the owners can't afford care. And as an animal advocate, someone who promotes animal welfare, I fully support opposing unethical breeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next, we have Leonard Clafe on G, and then Bill Miley on H.
Good evening again, Leonard Clafe. I still live in the city of Ojai. This is not a biggie, but it was just really puzzling reading the staff report and trying to figure out what this was about. Vehicle Code Section 40203.5 provides that as possible, the fines for parking violations in each city and the county should be uniform. That's the statute. The statute was last amended in 2010. That brings up the question, why now? Are we wasting any time or money talking about this? It's also not mandatory, so that brings up the question, why do we care? And even more puzzling to me is that the staff report strikes me as being totally inadequate for you to make a decision on whether to pass this, because the statute talks about all the cities in a county, and the staff report only talks about Ojai, Oxnard, and that we should emulate Oxnard's fine schedule without knowing what's in Simi Valley, what's in Santa Paula, or any other city in the county. And also, it doesn't talk about why we have not approached Oxnard and asked them to lower their fines for parking to match ours. What is this about is I think, a fair question to ask before you all vote. It's also rather absurd. When was the last time anyone was ticketed for double parking in the city of Ojai? When was the last time any truck that parks in the middle of the street, sometimes when they're unloading goods, and police chief can answer this, when was the last time they were ticketed? As I understand it, it's the county sheriff's department that's responsible for parking tickets or traffic violations. They can't stop speeders, apparently, because they're too busy on other calls. I can't imagine them spending a whole lot of time ticketing trucks that are unloading beer at the bars. This is like a totally, again, I could be missing something. It's happened in the past that I don't quite understand the importance of something. But what is this about? Why are we wasting even my 2 minutes and 45 seconds? So I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Len. And next we have Bill Miley on H.
Oh my God, I can't digest all this.
Hello. The basic thought here is residential growth, but in the report, it talks about ozone levels at the street level and at the Ventura County Fire Station in the East End. And the quote is, "This monitoring site continues to record the highest ozone levels in Ventura County." Just there, wherever it is. Our council and administration and sub-public members keep focusing on the need to bring down greenhouse gases. Good. Vehicles are a major, if not the largest element of greenhouse gas. According to the federal EPA, it can be up to 39%. That's a lot here in Ojai. And I gave you some references so that what I'm saying here is substantiated. But with our city's major climate crisis goal of reducing greenhouse gases, I believe we need a major focus of parking fossil fuel vehicles quickly. They come into town, they park. The EVs, they can drive around. We need more strategically sited city parking lots to reduce driving about to find an open parking spot if you have a fossil fuel vehicle. Okay? We need to encourage and support EV vehicles with easier charging and sited parking for them. And here's a new idea. Citizens sometimes don't go downtown, they say, because there's too many cars, no place to park, whatever. We should designate a resident-only parking spot downtown where residents get special tickets to use to get in. Let's give them some benefits of all the tourist money that comes to town. And here is something that a lot of people aren't going to like. We need a roundabout at the Y.
Yeah, why don't we just get the whole city council fired?
10 to 15, 20 years ago, there was huge arguments, and people were really upset about this. But I think we ought to do that. They don't stop, they don't idle, but we need a pedestrian crossway. And I'm ready to receive all sorts of criticism for people who don't like it. Anyway.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. And right now I'm speaking to our Zoom participants with raised hands. We have completed our first portion of general public comment, and we are on our consent calendar. Sunny, you have the floor. You may unmute if you have a comment on our consent calendar. Sunny, we'll give you one more chance before we move on.
I don't know.
And we'll move on. Norman, you are next with a raised hand. You may unmute and speak on a consent calendar comment.
I apologize. I was wanting to speak on F, so I'll go back on mute and raise my hand when F is available.
You have the opportunity to speak on F now. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Well, my name's Norman. I apologize for not being here today. I'm traveling for work. I never participated in any one of these meetings, but I'm a casual listener online. I want to tell the story of my dog, Millie. About 10 years ago, I was in the market for finding a new companion because my other dog had passed away. I had a friend who was a veterinary and also a breeder of French bulldogs, and I was assured that Millie would be a healthy animal, that all the testing that could be done, genetic and physical, had been done, and that these would be a really great dog. Well, Millie was an amazing dog. She was fully grown. She was 25 pounds, but she had a 2,500-pound personality. I started to notice that she was making weird noises. In fact, my little niece decided to start calling her the piggy puppy because Millie was unable to breathe. I had another friend who was a pulmonologist, that's a doctor that specializes in breathing, tell me that if Millie was his patient, he would have recommended her to surgery. So I confronted my other friend, who was the veterinarian and breeder, and said, hey, I think something's wrong with Millie. She told me that this guy didn't know what he was talking about. She was a veterinarian. Her dogs were champions of their breed, and he should stay in his lane. So I took her word. So for another 7.5 years, Millie struggled to breathe until one day we were at the park and she was playing with another dog, and she couldn't self-regulate her heat by panting. She got out of breath, and I ended up having to take her to the ER where she was, I was told that she needed to have surgery or she was going to die. So we had one surgery, and then we had another surgery, and finally I found a specialist in Champaign, Illinois, that was doing new surgical techniques that would supposedly fix this problem. I drove Millie all the way to Champaign, Illinois, and had the surgery done. I spent north of $25,000 on veterinary bills. I was blessed to be able to afford that, but alas, Millie's breathing did improve for a little bit, but not enough, and she ended up expiring. And I just wanted to tell her story and have it on record, and keep the gymnastics program for these girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Is that it for online?
That's all.
Okay,
Mayor.
we have one more in the house. Jeffrey Starkweather on H.
The growth management plan, which is not in effect thanks to state law, but its purpose is to, as stated, protect the air quality, noise impact reductions, fire hazard mitigation, reduction, I can hardly read this, of associated environmental impacts and mitigation of the impacts of additional construction and travel emissions on climate change. Since 2003, between 2003 and 2017, we were under our assigned amount of houses by 11 per year. In other words, this was determined what we could do and maintain the environmental quality and all these factors we're talking about. We got up to 177. Since then, we've averaged an underbuilding of 13.5 per year. We are now at 258. So when people say we're overbuilding or they're fear of building, we have been way underbuilding in terms of meeting environmental quality and noise and other factors based on our own growth management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, that concludes the public comments on consent. Councilmember Francina, you wanted to pull G?
Well, I want to comment on everything, almost everything that was pulled. This might be the night that I really lose it. So,
Okay.
but
Don't lose it.
no, because I like to do things in an orderly fashion and respond to each separate item. It makes I'm a writer, that makes more sense to me. But first of all, I want to thank Teresa Schumacher, the veterinarian, for her comments, and Millie's owner. And actually, what I want to do, I don't want to confuse F. I want to separate the spay neuter ordinance and item F, which is the prohibition on unethical breeding. That's separate. And for those of you that don't know me, I am a commissioner with Ventura County Animal Services. I visit the Ojai Humane Society almost weekly, so I am acutely aware of the number of dogs that are in the overcrowding of the county shelter. And here in Ojai, for example, a few weeks ago, the mother and the father and 7 puppies were brought to our Ojai shelter. Someone in Ojai or in the Ojai Valley is breeding. It is a problem locally. And I'm going to read just a few points, the motivation behind this spay and neuter ordinance, and then I'll address the point on the health issues that were raised, the legitimate health issues. People should, in case you don't know, 7 million dogs and cats are euthanized every year because shelters are too full. I believe that's nationwide. Homeless animals outnumber humans 5 to 1. That's primarily dogs and cats, but other animals might have been included. 90% of pets coming into shelters are not spayed or neutered. More than 25% of dogs are pure breeds that are indiscriminately breeding. Only 1 out of 10 dogs born will ever find a forever home. That's some of the key reasons why Ojai a few years ago actually adopted a city ordinance that mostly models the county ordinance. And I'm very proud that Ojai did that, because we, as a commissioner, we asked all the commissioners to have their city adopt a spay-neuter ordinance, and Ojai was one of the few that did, because it is controversial. So I believe that the current ordinance, as written with the changes that we made, addresses, allows a veterinarian and their owner to make exemptions. If there's, I'm correct, right? We address that in the in the rewritten ordinance. So I would be, I think we should take it one at a time, because I want to.
That's correct. Subsection D is an exception from the spay and neuter requirement for a dog or a cat, with the licensed veterinarian specifying.
Yeah. So I don't know if my colleagues are ready to include D and adopt it, or if you have concerns that I haven't raised.
I think you're the only Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was just going to comment on E.
I want to go through, but I don't want to do them all together.
Well, so why don't we address E? And I'll make my comments unless you have more to make about E.
Well, I'm asking our city attorney, can we adopt one at a time?
Absolutely. The council could vote on the items individually.
Yeah. So can we vote on E, or are there further comments from my colleagues?
I think the Mayor Pro Tem had comments on E, and then it would be reasonable to vote.
Okay.
My only comments are these. I appreciate that I raised concerns about large breed animals, and that the rest of the council was willing to make those changes, and for that reason I am supporting this. I do want to raise, though, that one of our speakers mentioned that there are some smaller breeds that have some scientific support for the idea that their time for neutering should be extended also. And what I want to, promise to anyone from the public, if they bring forward scientific information to me, I will help them look at making an amendment to this based upon scientific information that their period of time before neutering should be extended.
And may I comment, as part of this, as it stands now, they can go to a veterinarian and get permission to extend. But having said that, what I'm we cannot always reach the ideal. Perhaps the ideal is to allow a dog to have its first heat or whatever. But unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that not everyone is responsible, and these exemptions can result in millions more dogs suffering for not just 1 year, like it's 2-3 years they're in the shelter, and then until they're euthanized because of kennel stress. I mean, if you do not believe me, I invite you to visit the shelter, volunteer, and then you will see why this restriction is why this ordinance is needed. So, okay, all right. So do we vote?
We have 9 items on the consent calendar,
No,
so
we're gonna do one at a time. We have
I
permission.
understood that the
F.
Councilmember Francina pulled items E, F, and I believe previously G. So that those 3 gets voted separately, and then we'll deal with after that the rest of them.
okay. So vote
So
on
would we
E.
order now for a motion, if the council so desires,
Okay.
on item E?
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt item E as part of the consent calendar.
Okay, I will second that. Roll call. We need it, or
Ordinance, so yeah, roll call.
okay.
Roll call. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
And then you want to move on to F?
Yes,
Okay.
I feel like we've had enough testimony with the story of Millie and the comments from the veterinarian, Teresa Schumacher. And at the last meeting, we had a slideshow presentation about the unethical breeding of companion animals. And I don't know that we need to go through all that again. I'm ready to make a motion that we also adopt consent item F.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
And then on item G, I echo all the comments made by member of the public, distinguished member of the public, Lenny Claife, who would be sitting here, except for he lost twice by 2 votes. And I'm sorry about that, or, something close to that. I would like the city attorney to explain why why he felt this is important, and why Oxnard. Why are we modeling Oxnard?
Happy to explain. So we are updating the bail schedule amounts as the sheriff's office, after having issued a number of citations over the years, needs to reprint their citation books. And in that caused us to take a look at the bail amounts. The bail amounts date from some decades ago, and we thought that it was time, given the council's directive previously, to focus on traffic concerns and on appropriately regulating tourism, who often are the folks who park illegally, that this is an opportunity to revisit and look at the bail amounts. We took a look at them, and as laid out in the staff report, but for parking in a disabled zone, our fines are fairly low, 2 digits, some as low as $38. Perhaps not much of a deterrent for some of our wealthy tourists. So we took a look at updating the fine schedule. We looked around the county. Some of our peer cities are fairly low as well, also with long histories of their fine schedules. Others are more recently updated. Oxnard is, in our opinion, a good model, and on that front, and has a relatively recently updated bail schedule. So we took a look at Oxnard as our model. I will note that of the 2 fees, the 2 that I expect to see the most citations for, given enforcement priorities from the sheriff's department, are going to be the bus zone fee, which is updated to $250, and the disabled parking zone fee updated to $350. With that, staff would recommend adoption. Thank you.
Well, that makes a little more sense, but so it hasn't been changed since 2010.
The
old
statute was
fees-
updated in 2010. These fees predate that. I'm not sure if we have the exact year, but it's been some years since our fees have been in place. Some more than 2010. We'll get the exact number if you want. And if I could respond to the last point from Mr. Claife, if the council would like us to consider asking other cities to lower their fees to match our older, lower fees, we'd be happy to do that. But I would need majority direction.
No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so the bus zone, that's the biggest jump. I really don't, I don't really have a problem with this. except I'm wondering if the state is saying that it should be county-wide, so is every city?
The state's trying to encourage all of the cities in the county to get together and have the same fee schedule. No county that I'm aware of has achieved that because there's 476 cities across 58 counties, and they can't agree on whether the sky's blue, let alone fee amounts. But they're trying to encourage this, so we're moving it forward. But it's not a hard requirement.
Okay, so and you came up with these figures based on
Consultation with staff, consultation with the police chief of police, and again, taking a look at Oxnard, which is one of the more recently updated schedules around the county.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I'll let somebody else make a motion.
Okay, I'll
So
make
that
the motion.
arm is
Okay,
distributed.
second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
To adopt the rest of the consent items.
Yeah.
No, to adopt G.
And then we'll vote on the rest.
Okay, roll call on that one, please.
Yes, on 1G. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then Councilmember Rule made a motion to adopt the rest, I believe. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes, on the remainder of the consent calendar, Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I just want to make clear, so it's clear to the public, that item H, since we had a lot of comments, is simply receive and file. We're not changing anything, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's not enforceable under state law.
Okay.
All right, wonderful. All right, we will move on to discussion item 2, commercial concert programming, sound and entertainment management at Libby Bowl. And we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, we have a brief staff report from yours truly and also 2 presentations for the respective options that you've been provided as part of the staff report. Because I know that you've already read the agenda report pretty thoroughly, I'm going to be fairly brief. But as your city manager here since late January, it's been my delight to discover the wonders of Ojai, of which there are many, aside from the natural beauty, the historic buildings, the people who live here. One of the coolest things that you have in town, in my view, is your concert venue, event space in the middle of your downtown in Libby Park, Libby Bowl. So tonight, I'm pleased to give you 2 very solid options for how you may wish to proceed with the commercial programming. One option is to continue with your current partner, Sterling Venue Ventures, and afford them an additional 4-year extension as part of their existing agreement. Sterling, as everyone here knows, delivers an excellent concert season and has done so since 2017. It's a known track record, bringing many terrific performers here to Ojai. However, you also have an additional option. We have gone through an RFP process and received responses. Staff has reviewed the responses and is also pleased to recommend to you a local option, Ojai Valley Music, comprised of David Berger, Marco Schaefer, and Martin Fleischman, 3 local individuals with deep ties in the music industry who are offering a different concept for programming at the Libby Bowl. So rather than hearing me extol the virtues of either one, we've asked Mr. Lance Sterling, who I believe I've seen here, yes, he is right there, to give a presentation. What I'd like to do is have Mr. Sterling provide a presentation to you, then allow for Ojai Valley Music to provide a presentation to you. We've asked for each to be 5 minutes. Council will then have time for questions of either of the presenters or staff. And then we would go out to public comment and then bring it back to you for discussion. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Lance Sterling to please come up to the podium to provide his presentation, followed by Ojai Valley Music representatives. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lance Sterling, and it's an honor to speak in front of you. And just to start off, I'm also nervous Nelly when it comes to, I like to produce concerts. I don't like to speak in front of people. We've been producing concerts at the Libby Bowl for approximately 8 years. We've produced over 150 concerts. Some of the artists include Air Supply, Ben Harper, Bruce Hornsby, Buddy Guy, Chris Isaac, Dark Star Orchestra, Dave Mason, Government Mule, Chris Christopherson, Los Lobos, Michael McDonald, Rick Springfield, The Temptations, Thievery Corporation, Whalers, Todd Rundgren, War, Tower of Power, Vampire Weekend, Postmodern Jukebox, Average White Band, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, and Blue Oyster Cult, Gin Blossoms, Kenny G, and Big Bad Voodoo Today, and many more. We also have been very conscious of trying to book concerts that the Ojai residents and that would reflect nicely on Ojai. In our business, there is a ton of different entertainment that you can do, and sometimes the different entertainment may come with more security concerns or, older people where you have more handicap issues. And we also were very conscious about price because we have a lot of those big names, and a lot of those big names are making $50,000 to $100,000. And when you have a 1,200 seat venue, you can imagine that might drive prices up quite high. So we also supplement with a bunch of tributes, which have now become actually more popular. Don't Stop Believing, and others. To do concerts, which I'm happy to hear that the Ojai Music Group is involved in this, to do concerts is a lot more complicated than people think. There's advertising, marketing, producing tickets. We have a fleet of Sprinter vans, we have a fleet of trucks and trailers and sound systems because everybody has something different. So when I first got into the industry, I did not understand the multi-million dollars that you need backing you up. We, of course, would love to extend our contract, but what we really want is what's best for Ojai. And we do have the sound systems, and I think my competitor I can say nothing but good things about him. And I've been in the industry for a while. Currently, because of the pandemic, we took about a $22 million hit, and we've been recovering from that. And so currently we operate Agora Hills, Redondo Beach, Montclair, Oxnard, Saban. We just picked up the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. I'm the chief entertainment officer for them. And we are also opening a 3,500 seat in American Dream Mall attached to MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. So I am here to help. If you need me, I am here, or I can work with, or anybody you need to. The concert business is, as my competitor will tell you, is not a very profitable business to in, but most of us are so stupid we don't get out of it.
Thank you,
It's been
Mr.
a pleasure,
Sterling.
and I love Ojai.
Thank you very much. Any questions from
Can we
council?
have an opportunity to ask questions again after the next speaker?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then now we have Ojai Valley Music.
I guess I'm going to be the next guy who says I'm not used to being in front of people. I brought some notes. Good evening, Mayor Betsy, Mayor Sticks, members of the council. We want to thank you for this opportunity, first off, for choosing our proposal and giving us the chance to be up here.
And Marco, do you mind introducing yourselves? Thank you. Okay.
My
thank
name is
you.
Marco Schaefer, and I'm with Ojai Valley Music. I'm the owner of the talent buyer of the Hotel Cafe, an independent music venue that has been the cornerstone of live music for almost 25 years in Los Angeles. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I'm also the owner of the Ojai Noodle House here in Miners Oaks. I think many of you have been there. My family and I moved to Ojai in 2019. It was the best decision we've ever made, and we're really happy to call Ojai our home. With me, behind me, are Martin Fleischman and David Berger, my partners in Ojai Valley Music. They'll be coming up here in a minute. I'm going to take this short and sweet. We are up here tonight, and we put on our proposal because we want to see Libby Bowl become something that serves Ojai better. Better for music lovers, better for the community, better for local businesses, and better for families. Just better for everyone. We feel that every show at Libby should be something that is engaging to audiences and meaningful to the community. With all the relationships we've made collectively with agents, managers, and artists over the past 25 years in the music business, we plan on bringing a higher caliber of music to the Bowl. Between David, Martin, and I, we have over 75 years experience in the live music industry. We have the relationships to go with it. We have the artists that are friends, agents that are friends, managers that are friends. We're going to use and leverage these relationships to kind of help develop a good series for the Libby Bowl. The Libby Bowl really is an underutilized gem. We all see it. We all talk about it. So let's change that. Community events have been the cornerstone of what Libby Bowl is. We look forward to expanding on these and making it easier for the community to produce them. Being local operators will help us with that process. We want to strengthen relationships with all the local arts organizations and schools. We plan on installing a permanent sound and lighting system that will live at the Bowl throughout the season. We want to have local food and beverage vendors at all the events. We plan on a local box office that'll be open during Playhouse hours where the community can come and purchase tickets before they go on sale to the public. Then lastly, we really want to have local artists open the shows. There are so many amazing musicians and artists who live in Ojai, and we want to feature them opening for shows at the Bowl. There are so many ways in which the Bowl can be better for the greater Ojai community. We really just want to lean into that and make the Libby Bowl better for everyone. Thanks for your time. I had to be quick.
Hi, my name is Martin Fleischman. I'm principal of Ojai Valley Music with my partners. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you about our potential management at Libby Bowl. My name might be familiar to those of you. My father ran the Ojai Music Festival for several years, and his name is on the sound arch. It's dedicated to him. My company, Rum and Humble, produces concerts at Santa Monica Pier, Hollywood Bowl, for the city of Los Angeles, and also Dave and I produced a festival at Libby Bowl in 2022. We recognize that Libby is part of Ojai's Commons, and my partners and I have discussed supporting community presenting organizations. We have a tremendous amount of experience that we can impart to those organizations within the community. Also, we are open to co-promoting concerts. This is a standard form of business that I've done throughout my career, where we co-promote with other presenters, and that will help expand the offerings at Libby Bowl. And we're just, we're very excited to potentially steward this next evolution of Libby.
3 seconds. All right. Sorry, I was gonna wear my clear glasses, but it's too bright in here for me. So, my name's David Berger. I live in Miners. I'm nervous. I usually hide in the theater. I'm the owner of the Ojai Playhouse. I love Ojai. It's a magical place. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunities that were given to me.
Okay, sorry, the mic gets cut after 5 minutes. We're pretty strict, but thank you very much, David. And thank you to Marco, Martin, and David for that. And now we'll move on to questions. Any questions from council? Councilmember Francina.
Yeah, I have questions. And I'm going to try to be careful not to veer into discussion, which will come after public comment. But my questions relate to amendment. What do you call it? The C item, which is attachment C, which is the final score for Libby Bowl proposals 2024. I would like to go through those points and not maybe all of them, but ask how, this was, the two were very, first of all, I recognize that we're very, very fortunate to have two excellent, we have one proposal from the new people, but we have a contract with Sterling, which is quite detailed, and let me see how to ask my questions. Okay, so for the public, this in-house staff, 2 staff members, and our city manager scored there's actually 3, but 2 qualified. Okay, Sterling and Ojai Valley Music, and
I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager.
I need to explain my question. Okay. How do you? Okay, so I'm noticing that Sterling, because he did not submit a proposal, lost 5 points on that.
No.
Okay, so how does that work? How does this scoring work?
So I believe that the staff report is fairly clear. If you look at the recommendation, we are asking council to choose from either extending the existing agreement with Sterling Venue Ventures, or selecting staff's recommendation from the RFP process. Sterling did not participate in the RFP process because they have an existing contract with an option, and they chose instead to pursue that. So there is not a proposal to score.
Yes. Okay. So this has this final score is about the proposals. It's not about Sterling having fewer points. It's not about that.
And the staff report doesn't say that. If I could just jump in, the staff report clearly says, and if you look at the recommendation, it's A or B.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
But how, for example, you're scoring responsiveness and ability to work closely with city staff. I'm not understanding how you can score that, because Sterling has been working with city staff for 8 years.
So again, I'm going to repeat what I said before. There was not a proposal from Sterling that we were ranking. There's an established track record that the city has with Sterling, and that's discussed in the staff report.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so I think you keep going back to the same thing. You're looking for a score, if you will, from Sterling. And again, we only assigned scores for those that participated in the RFP process.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not explaining
Perhaps
this very
clarify.
clearly.
Yes, I got up at 4. I read every word of the staff report, the 50-page proposal from Ojai Valley Music. I just am, anyone glancing at these, I don't really see the point of it. Okay, but okay. I'll just have to respect this.
Mayor Pro Tem, we're still on questions, though. Just a reminder.
I'm just gonna hopefully clarify. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the score sheet that we received was to let us know who of the applicants or the RFPs had the strongest case, and then we choose between whether we're going to pick one of these new applicants or whether we're going to continue with Sterling. Is that?
That's correct.
Yes.
And that's what it says in the staff report. That's the recommendation.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council? We have about 16 public comments. Yeah, question?
I have a question. So one thing that I heard both Sterling and OVM, as you guys are known in our staff report, is the willingness to work together. And so I'm just wondering if, instead of an either or, if there could be some collaboration, or if there is a world in which we could see both. Okay.
Well, I just would tell you that's not on the agenda tonight. If the city council wants by majority to direct us to work out something like that, that's council's choice. But the staff report and what's on the agenda tonight is selecting between the 2 options outlined.
Okay. But may I add to that? The Sterling is mentioned in the proposal. His name is included as one of the parties that could work with Ojai Valley Music.
That's right.
So it is on, I don't understand. It seems like it's
So,
on the
okay.
agenda. And
So-
that was my question, that, I had the same question, thank you.
Okay. I think really this is more of a discussion type item, but if you want to have this now, I can kind of get into this a little bit. So the Ojai Valley Music proposal is recommending a system for concert programming where they collaborate with other concert promoters. So in addition to bringing talent themselves, they would also like to work with other existing talent promoters. And again, this is only if the council decides to take that option, including Sterling, including Ineffable Music, who's another promoter that applied to the process, to fill the concert season. Okay, so that is something that Ojai Valley Music has suggested that they could do as part of their concert programming.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, I just have a question. Does the city have any oversight at all on the acts that, or have they as well? I'm not saying specifically for this, have any oversight at all on, the acts or the times or,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, and we work closely with our partner, currently Sterling, on the proposed schedule. There's actually a clause in the agreement now wherein if they wish to exceed the amount of allowable concerts, they have to come to us and say, hey, we've booked another show. Are you interested? Yes or no. They also adhere to our established policies on noise and times and that type of thing. And they've been a good partner trying to find talent, as Mr. Sterling said, that matches the community.
Yes, and I guess my only other question would be, and this is, applicable to both. Well, I don't have another question. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to public comment. After public comment, we'll take a brief break and then we'll come back for discussion. So we'll begin with Smitty West and then Larry Steingold and then Leonard Claife.
Hello, sweetheart. I can't believe. Ernest, oh. Thank you. I'm just here as Smitty now. You guys know me. I'm a music guy. I produce concerts too. Beautiful RFP. I feel like my words here tonight are going to be talking about this sparkly hub that we have in our bowl and how it should be used by and for the benefit of the people, because you can't just snap your fingers and get one of these overnight. So I think it's a little narrow to just talk about booking music acts. That's part of it. But I in our Arts Commission plan, we have long-term plans for a performing arts, for a arts center in downtown Ojai. And gosh, if I can outlive you, Joan, I'll keep working on it. Music, dance, film, storytelling, poetry, civic groups, lectures on arts, science, politics. Well, this should be a center that brings us together. I know these guys, Ojai Valley Music guys, and they've already invested their families, their treasure, their time, and I think that their proposal really leaves room for being expansive as we move ahead, rather than us just booking acts as well. All I also wanted to say that if you do choose, whoever you choose or however you choose to do it, I want to speak for just a minute for the local musicians. Under the current or the old contract is very difficult. In fact, it's kind of a dirty little thing that just happens in the music business. I know where bands for opening acts have to pay to play, in effect is what it is. So I just hope that, I'm sure that either of the proposals that you take a look at, you'll be able to negotiate that are some of our great local bands that match what the headliner is, be offered a fair price, and to show the respect that we have for the musicians in the valley. That's it.
Thank you, Smitty. Next we have Larry Steingold, then Lenny Claife, and then William Wyrick.
Thank you. And a quick advertisement. Toastmasters meets at 7 a.m. on Friday mornings for all you who are nervous and don't like to speak. So please come It's a safe place. You won't get attacked. The process is wonderful.
So good.
I think it's wonderful. Sterling has done a great job for 8 years, I believe. That's been here. I think OVM, they've invested real money in the city. I mean, David Berger's got real skin in the game here. So I can't imagine he's going to even consider making any mistakes, any problems, creating any issue whatsoever, because the blowback would be actually pretty bad. So we're looking forward if it works. No, seriously. I mean, he's got skin in the game. So, I mean, there's motivation here. There's incentive, right? Yeah. But local acts, local acts are important. So please make a real effort to include locals, not maybe local transplants and even local visitors, but real local Ojai entertainers, musicians, actors, tradespeople, whatever. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Leonard Clafe, then William Wyrick, and then Barbara Bowman.
Leonard Clafe, yet still living in the city of Ojai. Whatever you do, whatever you decide, I would like to see a provision providing fines for excessive violations of a noise ordinance. I was sitting in the Ojai Art Center Theater, which is enclosed, one day a couple of years ago when the Queen cover band was playing, and it was really hard not to sing along because every word was as clear as the words coming from this theater stage. I live on North Fulton Street. I don't know how many miles that is from the bowl, 1.5 miles or something, and oftentimes I can stand in my driveway and hear it as clear as day. We do have noise limits, and oftentimes they're not followed. Well, sometimes they are, and it's not all the time, but oftentimes they're not, and somebody needs to enforce that. Our general plan, I looked it up again today, it still provides small town character and village scale. The proposal from OVM is hardly village size or small town character. It is a professional 50, 60, I don't know how many thousands of dollars they spent on that very professional and very well done proposal that really says nothing except what they would like to do and what they propose doing. But there is no contract. We don't know what they will finally agree to. And we know what Sterling will finally agree to because they've been living by it for the last 8 years. They have they have skin in the game as well because obviously they're making money on this because otherwise they wouldn't come back and ask for an extension. With all due respect to Mr. Berger, and I know his plans are grandiose, the movie theater hasn't opened, despite the fact that they rebuilt the entire El Roblar Hotel in a quarter of the amount of time that he spent on his movie theater. How can we trust that anything will happen in anything close to a timely fashion? I think it's Mr. Schaefer that talks about his rock and roll decor at the Noodle House. There is no rock and roll decor. There is no Bruce Springsteen and the East Street Band salad on the menu. I don't know what he's talking about. They talk about reaching out to the community. They've never reached out. Mr. Berger has never reached out to the Art Center. He's never reached out to the Ojai Underground. I don't know if he's reached out to any local arts organizations. The food vendors that they're talking in, the food trucks, has anybody talked to the restaurants in town, how they feel about having food trucks at every event? Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Len. Next, we have William Wyrick, then Barbara Bowman, and then Mike Etchart.
Well, Council, Leonard really set the table for what I wanted to say. I have comments about process. It is absolutely fabulous, the interest there is from the two proposals that are, well, the one contract and the one proposal. I remember when you talk about underutilized, go back 10 years if you want to look at underutilized. So we really have moved ahead in terms of the potential and what we could see for this facility as a foundation for our community cultural life. The problem is the process. Your job as council is to ensure proper public oversight and insight with the depth of knowledge that we have in this community. You failed with the gymnastics situation. You have let commissions kind of be eviscerated and be put aside outside of the core decision-making processes. And please, whatever you do, bring the public option, bring the public intelligence and insight that we have in this community into looking at whatever you go forward with in terms of details, okay? This RFP was late in terms of if you're going to consider changing the system. That's why you've got a 5-month hole in the Ojai Music proposal before they can even get geared up. This proposal is way late for this thing to be going on. You should be promoting collaboration. See if Sterling wants to help fill the hole and help be more seamless. But you also should have a public input and public vetting of the contract details, whichever way you go forward. I do contracts for a living for decades. The devil is in the details. There's a facility fee in the Ojai Music Valley Music proposal that doesn't say who gets the facility fee, for example. All right. You have the issue of how you make sure the accounting is done properly. Whether you have any kind of option for looking at revenue over and a cut of the revenue for the community over and above the flat fee. You have the issue of how you do community holdbacks, how you manage the community parts of the schedule that are not controlled by the contractor. All of these things you need public input into, and you have a wealth and depth of knowledge in this community that it really cares and really wants to be involved. This process so far has not been public like it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Barbara Bowman, then Mike Etchart, and then Joan Kemper.
Good evening, Barbara Bowman. Well, I'm going to take another slant on this. Here in Ojai, we're working really hard on making everything Ojai. And having David Berger, who we've already seen, took a theater that was so crumbling down, there was no foundation, and he's taken the time he took because he cannot change it once it opens. He can't redo lighting, he can't redo sound, and he wants to do it maximum good for the town. So let's jump to the fact that he has a theater, and now with 2 other people who have got incredible background in the music field. None of these are newbies. They know what they're doing. They're proven track records. They're from Ojai, and one of the things that David wants to do, and I'm sure his partners agree, they want to bring on local talent, and they want to coordinate with local nonprofits. Our nonprofits here are tremendous, and they can work with the Libby Bowl and the theater. He has the ability to work all of them together. Nobody else does. You want local input. You want local talent. We stopped having chain stores come in because we wanted to keep the town local. David is an incredible gift to us, and his 2 partners are incredible too. I looked at their background. It's phenomenal what they've done. So there's no doubt it's not left up in the air. These people work out detail. And as far as a contract goes, Bill, this man, David Berger, is so detail conscious, I don't think you have to worry about a contract. He'll sit and work down every little bit of it. And he wants it for Ojai. He has talked about the theater for Ojai. He's talked about having Ojai talent in the theater. He's talked about the nonprofits. He has the theater. If he has Libby Bowl, he can coordinate the whole thing together. It is such a win for this town, that the fact that someone like him did the theater and wants to do this. He's a proven commodity, and his partner's background is tremendous proven commodity. So, I mean, I think Sterling's probably done a fine job, but he is not going to look at it from a community point of view the way David does. David can connect all the different parts on the wheel and make it work for the town like nobody can. So, nothing against you, Sterling, but I think it'd be very nice to have David in this position with his 2 partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Next we have Mike Etchart, then Joan Kemper, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Hey everyone, Mike Etchart. I have the requisite black shirt on, so that's my bona fides in the music business. Just a reminder, I spoke a couple meetings back. I was on the original committee back 8 years ago when we selected Sterling to run the Libby Bowl. And that was made up of a lot of local people that had industry experience and kind of knew this business. And I stand here today by saying that the last 8 years have been extremely well run, and I think we would be well served as a community to go with Sterling Ventures again. The difference between the two proposals are kind of are very different. First of all, Sterling Ventures has, as you heard, around 8 different venues, so we are able to sort of fight above our weight in terms of the acts that come through here, the national acts that he has brought. That's hard to do, and those acts are expensive. I also want to remind people that you have to put money down. You give a guarantee of anywhere from $15,000 to $50,000 that has to be put down. The proposal from Ojai Valley Music is much more of a curation proposal. They want to work with other people, but it was unclear who's actually going to be putting that money down. Is it them? Is it the other groups that they want to bring in? We've seen how well Sterling has worked for the last 8 years. Is there room for improvement? Is there room for slight changes? Absolutely. But he's been a wonderful partner to work with, and we went through a lot of these issues 8 years ago about local restaurants coming in and food trucks and all that stuff. And the reality is it's very difficult to get people off the dime to do that. And there's not a lot of profit in that for local restaurants, for local providers of food. It's just not a ton of money, but it's a lot of work. Not saying we can't keep offering that up and things like that, but it is very, very difficult. And this is something we learned about 8 years ago when we went through this. As for local talent, I play in a band. I've opened up for the Gin Blossoms at Libby, and we're opening up for Flock of Seagulls down in the Canyon Club. So he has been super open to local acts, but I also want to point out it's very difficult to have a local act because we typically start our concerts quite a bit earlier and end earlier. There isn't a lot of room at the beginning for a meaningful open slot for a lot of local acts. But in my experience, when it makes sense, the organization has been very open to local acts. So I really encourage everyone to extend our contract with Sterling. They've been a wonderful partner. We've been able to get some remarkable acts in here. Not to say that the other proposal was lacking, and these guys have a great track record as well. But I think we've seen 8 years of what Sterling can do. The curation model is not necessarily something we've seen yet, and whether that can have the same stuff we've had so far. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mike. Next we have Joan Kemper, then Jeffrey Starkweather, and then Richard Bird.
Good evening, Council. I'm new to you. This is a new council for me, but I don't live in the city limits, so you don't see me very much. However, the last probably 20 years, most of my time has been spent in Libby Bowl, either producing shows there or repairing it. And I was involved with 2 major remodels of Libby Bowl. So I might say it is my favorite spot in Ojai. And you people are so lucky because you have 2 wonderful choices. Both you can't lose with either one. Lance Sterling was the first one. I was fortunate enough to bring him to the city's attention 8 years ago. And he was the first one that ever put any money back into Libby Bowl for maintenance. There was just somebody down there, Doogie or somebody, trying to fix it. And so Lance was good for the city, good for the audiences, and good for us. And now Ovi and Ojai Valley Music is absolutely, they're new to you, but they're terribly experienced. You've heard all that. But they also are local people here. And they are very generous. I had no place to do. I do shows, you probably know that. I had no place for a Christmas show for Help of Ojai that needed to raise money to get money for Christmas dinner for the homeless and for the needy seniors. And so Megan called me. She said, "Are you doing a Christmas show?" I said, "No, we don't have a theater available." David offered the Playhouse. So on Tuesday, December 17th, it's going to be a Christmas show in the Playhouse. No charge, nothing. And there's no tickets. It's just money for help of Ojai. You get in, get a wristband, give your donations, and then they can buy groceries to do the Christmas dinner. That's what he's going to do. So both of these people, Lance as Davis, they're both friends of mine, and we have all worked in the entertainment industry. Make your choice, but pick what is best for Ojai and what's best for not only the audiences, but for the city, and to keep that bowl in order so we don't have to repair it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Next we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Richard Byrd, and then John Veit.
Good evening. I'm here to support the Ojai Valley music proposal for two principal reasons. One is the kind of related diversity of music they're talking about. I personally am not big on tribute bands. I like to see all different types of music, and I think they're proposing it. One of the things that really excited me was the idea of having a Ojai Jazz Festival, which I have been talking about for years, and a Bowlful Blues. And so the other aspect of that diversity is working with the local community. I think that's really important to, Ojai is a place that does difficult things. I moved here as a kid, 1953. The bowl hadn't even been built yet. And they built that with local effort. And we've done so many things that were difficult to do because we came together as a community and we did things locally. The other thing I want to mention is that their collaborations with local groups. Now, I have handed up something to you all, and I wanted to talk about it in public comment. I may stay around for it, I may not. But is the whole idea of multiplier effects. I don't think we think about that much here. But local business, and of course Barbara certainly knows this with why we have the Formula Business Ordinance, local business brings in much more economic benefit than an outside business. There's direct purchases, there's indirect purchases, buy and supply, and there's forced purchases. And then having the actual owners here, the extent that they actually make any money, they'll be investing it directly in their community. And they have already shown. So the idea that, we don't know what they're committed to, they've already made massive investments in our community. And the other aspect that I always hear people talk about tourism as a problem, but tourism is a major multiplier effect on our economy. But they're kind of having the sweet spot of combining local and tourism. And I think to pass up this opportunity to give local people with creative ideas and to bring us all in. And I would finally finish, I don't know if it's possible what Bellwether was talking about, but this has been a problem, in my opinion, with the city council of not bringing the community in before you negotiate things. Now, it may not be practical in this case, I don't know, but the more you can bring the community in reviewing the proposal, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next we have Richard Byrd, then John Veit, and then Griffin Barkley, maybe.
Good evening, Council. I am not one of those people that have a hard time speaking in front of people, so I would like to thank you for having us all here. I am here speaking tonight on behalf of Ojai Valley Music Group. I have had the good fortune over the last several years to get to know David and Martin, and to a little bit lesser extent, Marco, having gone to him and his partner's restaurant in Miners Oaks where I live. But the one thing I can say for sure is that in the time that I've gotten to know David Berger, his connection to the music industry is unavailed. Going all the way back to the time when he managed the box office at the Fillmore, which is a world-renowned musical institution in San Francisco, I can honestly say that he lives and breathes entertainment, and he gives everything in his entire level of integrity to bring joy to others. And while I understand people's reservations about the opening of the movie theater, I can say firsthand, having seen it from nearly day one to now, like, you are going to all be very blown away by what you are going to experience very soon. And if that theater is any measure of what he and his partners are able to do at Libby Bowl, I think it goes without question that supporting their proposal would be the right thing to do. Without a doubt, there is an absolute need, and I think they answered that need in their proposal with regards to doing their best to incorporate as much local businesses and vendors and musicians and tradespeople as possible. And while I think that in 2017, when Sterling was given the contract, he was the right person for the contract then. But as we know, in the last 8 years, our town has changed. And in those changing times, I think we need to reevaluate our needs. And as relatively middle-aged person, I can honestly say that, my desire to go see a Journey cover band is waning. And listen, trust me, I love Journey. I'm from the Bay Area. They are part of my childhood, but there's only so many cover bands that I want to go see. And while I think that speaks to a certain proportion of our population here, like, I think that there is really an opportunity here for you all to decide on broadening that scope and that cultural imperativeness that we have in our ability, especially considering how close we are to LA, to bring acts here.
Thank you, Richard. Next we have John Veet, then Griffin Barkley, and then Dan Parzial.
Hello, I'm John Veet. I've lived here about 2 years. I have 2 small kids. We go down to Libby Bowl, listen to the sound checks. One thing that has been mentioned about the proposal from Ojai Valley Music is they're hoping to do some streaming as well. So if you have to leave early because you have kids or whatever, you can stream, and they could even potentially stream stuff to the theater and the theater also, the other arts theater. So if there's too big a crowd, there's potential for some spillover. They seem amenable toward extending the trolley service so that drunk people can get home more safely. The commitment to local bands also seems really positive. They seem to want to hire 30 local people. I really like the idea of being able to buy a ticket and not have to deal with computers and just buy a ticket before they go on sale. And it's pretty obvious that David and Marco and Martin have the experience between the VIP packages and the actual hotel cafe and doing music festivals. It'll bring a whole new vibe here, a lot of different kinds of music, diverse music. Somebody mentioned that it's too loud. It's actually 80 decibels, which, small venues like CBGB's in New York, that was 120 decibels. So it's already, too quiet, I think. And lastly, whoever had that idea to cut the gymnastics, that is a serious problem. So however that happened seems really bad, so don't cut gymnastics. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next we have Griffin, then Dan, and then Sid Sogny, I think. Okay.
Stand up. Hi, I'm Griffin Barkley. My wife and I have 3 daughters, and we're longtime Ojai residents and huge fans of live music. I'm here today to express my support for OVM and bringing in some fresh minds to manage experiences at Libby Bowl. While we love the charm of our venue, I believe it's time to elevate the kind of events we host. Right now, there's a real opportunity to turn Libby Bowl into a destination for both locals and visitors with more diverse, high-quality performances that really reflect Ojai's artistic spirit. A new promotion could bring fresh energy and connections that can attract not just big-name acts, but also up-and-coming artists, world music, and more community-driven events. This could mean more opportunities for us to come together as a community and enjoy what we love, music, while also supporting local businesses and enhancing Ojai's cultural identity. So I'm here to voice my support and hope you consider this change for the betterment of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Griffin.
Keep
Next
gymnastics alive.
Next we have Dan Parzial, then Sid, and then Rich Jacques.
Hello. I'm speaking in favor of entering into a contract with OVM to manage entertainment at Libby Bowl. It's nice to be here with so many folks who are invested enough in our community to be here late on a weeknight. I too believe that Ojai is an incredible place, and that's why my wife, Molly, and I, both Ojai natives, moved back to Ojai 5 years ago with our 2 girls. There were a lot of reasons why we moved back, and one of those is that Ojai is not the exact same valley it was when we graduated from high school here 25 years ago. This town has continued to be reinvigorated with new energy and people who love the valley and the community here. 2 of those people who I know personally are David and Marco of OVM, and I have a ton of respect for their vision and commitment to our community. They've built their local businesses with thoughtful intention. Their proposal shares the same level of attention to detail, and they have the experience and expertise to pull it off. I hope we have the opportunity to see it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next we have Sid, and then Rick Jacques, and then Greg Stewart.
It's an honor to speak here tonight. This is so fun to see local politics happening. I got to skip bedtime too, which was really nice. I'm here to offer my support for Ojai Valley Music in my capacity as a Miners Oaks resident of 10 years, an artist and producer with international touring experience, including some shows at Libby, sometimes hopeful concert promoter in the artist collective known as Echo Magic, a former artist, and the son of a production manager. My dad specialized in events of the caliber and quality OVM proposes bringing to Libby, and as a child, some of my happiest memories were made at venues like Libby watching artists of the kind that OVM will book. My 3 kids are now experiencing the joy of watching shows and being on stage at Libby, whether it's for a community event or simply playing on stage on a quiet summer day. OVM's proposal puts forward a plan that, if executed in spirit, if not in every single detail, will elevate the Libby Bowl to a level of production it deserves, while maintaining the sense of local ownership and pride that we all feel for it. If I'm understanding the proposal correctly, they're also planning to create local jobs, which is, you guys should probably love that. From a practical standpoint, among many other factors they've highlighted in their proposal, OVM have called out the appropriate staffing, technical investment, and org chart that's required to bring this level of concert experience to the Valley. More local expertise and smoothly running events here will elevate everything. In other words, while I can see a Nico Case show going off without a hitch, I can also easily imagine Ojai Day's performances being easier on everyone with a level of support proposed by OVM. The history of the Libby Bowl is relatively short, and Lance Sterling has played a critical role in showing the community what is possible at Libby, so I have gratitude for the Sterling Group for their stewardship so far, but it's time to move on. Let Sterling focus on their venues around the state and on the other side of the country. Lots of things have changed in the 8 years. I'm going to slow down because I have time. It's time to move on. Let Sterling focus on their venues around the state and on the other side of the country. Lots of things have changed in the 8 years since Sterling's contract began. There's been a groundswell of new talent that's moved here, and the folks behind OVM are the real deal. You're not taking a flyer on an unknown quantity. From a personal standpoint, my experience with Marco is that he is one of the good guys. He created a home for touring acts like ours to create community in LA, always treated us fairly and cared about more than just ticket and drink sales. Otherwise, he probably never would have booked our bands. I do want to publicly encourage whoever wins the bid to be held to a mandated minimum fee for opening acts attached to shows by OVM, whether local or not. That's just a personal thing of mine. Opening acts should be paid better. Every venue I've ever played in the world has a spirit that is either charged or degraded by the amount of loving care put into the space. You can just feel it. The Libby Bowl needs a fresh infusion of spirit, and OVM is just the group to do that. Entertainment is about more than the bottom line. It's a force for good in a community. Music and all kinds of art heal. They bring people together, and it's best served from inside the valley, not from an outside source. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Next we have Rich, and then Greg Stewart, and then Vaughn Montgomery.
Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm here in support of OVM. And my personal connection, I've been in the music business forever. And I knew Marco from when he first started the Hotel Cafe in Hollywood in, what was it, 2006? But it was pretty incredible to watch where he took this really small venue and turned it into what he did in the last almost 25 years. But it's, I think the real benefit of having someone like Marco, he took that place and truly created a music community, which I don't know if you know musicians, but it's like herding cats. And he pulled it all together in a way where he truly created a place where people could come congregate and truly meet and share ideas. And it became really a community hub where we felt it was a safe place to go and just grow with the community. But I feel like he's going to bring the same thing to the Libby Bowl, where he will involve the community in a way where it will benefit Ojai in a huge way. And when I first moved here, I'm so charmed by the city. But I went to the Libby Bowl a few times, and my first impression was, this is an amazing place that feels like with just a little more attention and a little more love could be just world class in a way that would really serve the community, both from step up the production and also invite artists that could truly benefit. Because as a touring artist, like to have a place like that is so special. And Marco has the connections that he could bring people in that maybe it's not even about money. It's more about like, wow, that's a special place to play. Right. And if it becomes that, it would just be a great asset to Ojai. So thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Next we have Greg Stewart, and then Vaughn Montgomery, and then Adam Gallegos.
Good evening. Thanks for having us out. It's been a year since I've spoken here, and so it's good to see everybody with the last year in politics. I expected you all to look more tired. So well done. Give yourself some jazz hands. So I want to speak on behalf of Ojai Valley Music, and specifically Marco Schaefer, because I met Marco over 20 years ago. I drew about 3 people when I played my first gig at the Hotel Cafe. Within a year, I sold the place out. A lot of that had to do with truly him putting faith and his passion behind supporting artists. And what you're going to get with someone like Marco and David and Martin is a consortium of people who bring so much experience to the table. And I think the important thing here to note is that you lose nothing with moving to an Ojai Valley Music proposal, because Sterling has already said he'd be willing to work with them and take part. It's only an expansion of what's possible with the Libby Bowl, and as people have already stated, the bowl is a gem. Within a small community such as this, it is a gem. But currently, it is driving 25 in a freeway zone. It could be so much more. It could be so much more for the community. And I can tell you, both as a performer at the Hotel Cafe and as an attendee for literally dozens and dozens of shows, the Hotel Cafe is the one venue in Hollywood, in all of LA, where you feel like you're home as a musician, where you feel like, I didn't know it could be this good. And I think that's really what we're speaking to. I know there's a lot of concerns around change, and it's easy to get fearful around any ideas around change. But this isn't change. It's simply an expansion of what's possible with a beautiful venue that's being underutilized. And I implore you to take a good look at what's possible, not just going with what feels safe and what is known to you. This is an expansion, and I think it's a beautiful expansion and a real opportunity for Ojai. And I invite you to look from that perspective. Music and the arts, it's a heart-centric thing, and it's important that we think about what the Libby Bowl can be from a heart-centric place. It's easy to look at proposals, and they have a very robust proposal, but at the end of the day, you can analyze yourself into a corner when it comes to the arts. But really what it's about the heart, and they bring the heart. They just bring it. That's what they do. That's what I've known him to do for over 2 decades, and why I wanted to come here tonight and speak to you on behalf of who they are and what they bring to the table. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Next, we have Vaughn Montgomery, then Adam Gallegos, and then Claire Cleary.
Hello. Thanks for hearing all of us. And I just want to echo what the majority of people seem to be in alignment. It seems like a ripe time for change with the direction of leadership at Libby Bowl. Grateful to the different stuff that Sterling Group has brought to town. But I think that having somebody who isn't necessarily living here and who has lots of other operations in other areas, it just makes it a little less personal, or a lot less personal than it could be. And some shows happen here that I think we all should know about, like the Whalers, for instance. I found out like an hour before the show that was even happening, and went over with my family, and it was awesome, but there was like 50 people there. And I think that has a lot to do with just out of town people, and not like a grassroots feeling at all to it. No posters in town about it, no word on the street about it. And the guys who are representing Ojai Valley Music, I think, is a complete 180 of that. You know, they're based here. They support a lot of cool stuff here. David put on an amazing show at the Bowl a couple years ago for the Land Conservancy. He supported Greater Goods. It's a community arts nonprofit that I run. He supported that both times we've done shows at the Libby Bowl. He's obviously heard from Joan what he offered to just give his space. I think there's just so much beautiful potential, and I know practically every act in town, and I can't even think of maybe 1 or 2 of them in the last 8 years that got invited to play an opening set at Libby Bowl for one of Sterling's shows. So to imagine just a lot more local partnership, a local box office where locals get first access to tickets is awesome. So many great ideas. The whole proposal was just packed full of great ideas. I do think what Bill mentioned is worth keeping in mind. Like, these details matter, you know, and it's a beautiful proposal. I encourage the council to include the community in the next phase if you do choose them. Let's keep the community involved in the details going forward. But yeah, it just seems like a golden opportunity to elevate the variety of music there and have a lot more local integration into the scene there. So thank you all, and thank you to OVM Group for putting together such a beautiful proposal.
Thank you, Vaughn. Next, we have Adam, and then Claire Cleary, and then Donald Glover.
Thank you. Since moving to Ojai 10 years ago, I've been struck by the potential of Libby Bowl, but like many residents, I've been underwhelmed by how it's been used. It's such a special resource for the Ojai community, and I strongly believe that OVM brings the right mix of experience, understanding of the local community, vision for leveling up the events hosted by Libby Bowl, and a commitment to supporting local businesses. I met Marco and David, actually, when they would come into Revel, which is a business my wife and I own. And I would often see them around town at other local establishments and events. When they opened up the Ojai Noodle House, Marco found ways to include local brands like ours on the menu. He's not someone who just talks about supporting the community and local businesses. He has proven that this is a priority with his actions. And, I actually met with the Sterling Group earlier this year to see if they'd be willing to, offer some local products at their events here in Ojai. And they were really friendly, nice people. But in the end, they told me it wouldn't be profitable enough for them to do something like that. And I feel like that's in stark contrast to what OVM would be willing to do with local businesses like ours. Having read the proposal created by OVM for sound and entertainment management at Libby Bowl, I'm extremely excited about the prospect of what could be. I hope to see you all at future events created by OVM here in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next we have Claire, and then Donald, and then Scott Weiss.
Hi. My name is Claire Cleary. I was born and raised here, and I'm also a member of Local 442, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. I'm probably one of the only people that is a worker that will work in that venue if we end up getting a contract. That's a conversation for another day. But coming from that background, having new blood in that venue is extremely important. Sterling has done his due diligence and has done very good work in the last 8 years, but it's time for a change. I love me a good cover band, but it's definitely time. The gear that he has in that venue is falling apart, and he's also not maintaining it very well. There's a couple of small sandbags where people are dancing, especially right after a couple of earthquakes that we had, which is very disconcerting. Coming from someone that has an OSHA 10 certification, it's very alarming. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. Next we have Donald, then Scott, and then David Berger.
Hey guys, I didn't write anything down. Look, I just owe Marco a lot of money, so no, I'm kidding. Yeah. No, I thought I'd improv this because I thought it'd wake everybody up a little bit. I know we've been here a minute. I'm just gonna say, I've lived here for about 3.5 years, 4 years now. Ojai is very special. I love it here. It is one of me and my wife. We were like, where are we gonna raise our kids? We could not agree. And Ojai, we came here for the turtle sanctuary, and I was like, oh, here is where I wanted to spend the rest of my life. I could die here, and I really think this place is special. And to speak to what some other people said before about the venue specifically, that venue is super special. As soon as I saw it, I've wanted to play it. I was like, oh, it's really great. But also, what makes there was someone saying about how do we pay for people to be there? Artists play where they want to. Like, I've lost money at venues like Red Rocks and other, just because it was special and just because I wanted to stay in town for a week. And a lot of my friends just want to stay here because it's beautiful, and they didn't know this place existed. They didn't know any place like this could be like that. And that's how I felt when I first came here. And and really at the heart of this to me is like, the kids, man, like they need something to do, like, be able to give discounts to like Nordoff High, or be able to have kids walk to town and be like, yo, a really cool band is playing here tonight, and my friend is opening for them. That's just super cool. Yeah, I think the future is really all I think about, and I think Marco and them, they have great taste and can really make this a special place. And as the father of 3 very rambunctious boys, we need gymnastics as well. So.
Thank you, Donald. Next we have Scott, and then David Berger, and then Mikagu Jorgensen.
Hello, my name is Scott Weiss. Thank you for having me. I want to start by seconding the movement about keeping the gymnastics here. With that said, I'll give you a little short introduction. I am a founding member of the Ojai Summer Band and one of the co-managers and conductors, and we've been playing in the gazebo for the last 33 years. In 2016, when Sterling got the contract, the city was gracious enough to come up with a program. I founded the Ojai Pops Orchestra and the Ojai Pops concert series, and so we've been playing in Libby Bowl since 2016. I'm also a CPA and have quite a bit of entertainment experience. One of the first audits I worked on was the Libero Theater. My brother ran the UC Davis Presents program and raised the money for the Mondavi Center. And I'm going to echo what Bill Wyrick said, is I think that the process is what's important here. And I've heard some good questions from the council, and I met with Ben Harvey, and I know that a lot of work went into the RFP. It was a well-written RFP. But I think the city needs to have a plan and a vision of what they want rather than just commercializing the bowl. I know that it's expedient to commercialize the bowl. I've heard over the years, I don't know if it's true, that when Libby made the grant for the bowl, that it was not supposed to be used for commercial purposes. If it's going to be used for commercial purposes, I think the benefit has to be for the city. I could raise a whole number of things that you should look at. For example, if Sterling doesn't get the contract, is there a ticket process and a mailing list and in place that the city can then take over and use? If you look at the UCSB Arts and Lecture program, they have classical music that they bring. They have jazz music that they bring. They bring dance. They bring theater. They bring lectures. They have comedy. You're not going to get that if you're trying to do this from a commercial point of view. I think that the city should put some money into what goes on at Libby Bowl and create an arts program that's broader than just bringing commercial groups in. So I think I've covered most of that. I've written this down because I don't remember all of it very well. And I will say I did read the proposal, and I'm very familiar with the contract, because the one thing I did not say is I was on that committee back in 8 years ago. I won't say that it was run ideally and that what was produced was exactly the way it should have. It felt a little funny. I was critical of the contract that came out because I don't think it really protected the city. And I think it's very important that the city has a contract. The Hollywood Bowl gets 10%, but I think that you need to make it so that these people can bring other groups and maybe subsidize what they're doing. Having said that, I did read the proposal very carefully, and I'm very familiar with the contract.
Thank you, Skice. I think he's just finished. Yeah. Next, we have David Berger, and then Mikagu. Michael, sorry. That's interesting writing. Okay. Oops. Sorry, Michael.
Hey, how's it going? Just wanted to come back up because we ran out of time. I'm not really the best public speaker. If you get me one-on-one, I'm the most honest, transparent, enthusiastic, crazy person you'll meet. But in front of all these bright lights and cameras and paparazzi and Donald and it's like a little nervous. But this is really, we want to do this for the community. We're doing it out of passion. We're doing it out of our heart. I mean, we don't have to. We're not going to make a lot of money. We want to do it to bring people together, to connect people. I mean, it's an act of empathy. This is an incredible place. This is a creative place. It's beyond creative. And it's an opportunity for us to work with people and work with the community as one to really represent who we are here. Just to say a couple things, I do support nonprofits. I love nonprofits. I've done everything I can with the Playhouse to support people, poster boxes, marquee, little underground events, donating, placing ads in people's programs, discussing future programming, keeping an open mind and open heart to do various programming and support everyone. It's very challenging. For Libby, it's about local artists, talent, production, operations, creating jobs, keeping it in Ojai. Bringing cool bands and all kinds of bands, jazz and international and comedy and children and folk and Americana, etc. Create a diversity and create some unification. Kind of putting all the politics aside, because that's not who we are. I mean, we're not interested in that. I mean, the politics and being ill on others or creating friction. So I hope you believe us. I hope you can feel the passion and our intention. It's like you've heard it. It's a labor of love. I mean, that's an understatement. Two things. The Playhouse it needed a lot of love. I don't want to be defensive. If anyone saw it, I love the Alawars. They built the foundation to allow me to do what I'm doing. But to make comments about...
Thank you, David. Thank you. Next we have Michael.
Hello there, I'm Michael Jorgensen, although my friends call me Makagu.
It's a pretty cool name, isn't it? Oh, look at this handwriting.
I know my L's look like U's. It happens. I'm a professional musician. I play in a band called Wilco. I've played thousands of shows around the country, around the world, and I have seen firsthand the excitement and connection and energy that happens when music brings people together. And the programming that OVM is planning to bring, I think, is going to be allow brand new voices, young, vibrant artists to come to this town to share in the incredible community that we have here in Ojai. I will admit that I haven't read the entire proposal thoroughly. I would just like to add a note, like, can we get a marquee? Because so many times I'll hear stuff happening at the bowl. I'm like, there might be something going on, but there's no way to know what's happening, even on the day, unless you go there. But anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Michael. And I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. It's a pretty good nickname, isn't it? Bye, Makagu. Okay, do we have any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. We have one raised hand on Zoom for item 2. We have Mike. Mike, you can unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Mike Donahue. I've been in Ojai for 20 years, raised our family here, have spent a lot of time at the Libby Bowl. This is such a passionate subject matter. You know, the Greek theater is run by, or was being run by Nederlander for 40 years. A new promoter was coming in to possibly take over, and 30,000 Los Angeles residents signed a petition to try to get that promoter out. So this is obviously a flashpoint and an emotional topic. So I got a few fun facts to mention and then one request. So over the last 8 years, looks like by my calculations, nearly 100,000 people have gone through those gates. So this is a really big decision. I believe Sterling has paid into the city over $400,000 worth of fees. So I think it was Scott Weiss who was wondering where the money comes from. The tax revenue from the concerts going to the cities, from restaurants and hotels is obviously big. Employees are hired. People who work at the Libby Bowl are Ojai people. I think they had 16 people working there the last concert when I asked. So there's investment by Sterling, who is a Ventura County resident and company. So let's try to keep that in mind. I love the fact that we're talking Ojai, because I love Ojai support. I love supporting Ojai businesses. So the number 973 seats is such a tricky number. I think the only reason that Sterling has been successful because that's his sweet spot. So my hat's off to the Ojai Music Group if they can manage a bowl with that little number, because the people of Ojai don't want to pay $150 a seat. And it gets tricky, the math does, when you have to bring somebody in for 150,000. So their two models are different, and I just want success, and I want to see more joy from the community, because we see so much joy in that bowl today. And when I think about all those shows and the 100,000 people that walk through there, it's really, most people give it like an A- or B+. So maybe some a little higher, some a little lower. But what I'm hoping is whoever is selected, that it goes to A or A+. So my hat's off to whoever is running forward. And don't forget, Sterling has worked with other promoters like Live Nation and others. So collaboration sounds exciting. But as I told Ben Harvey, this is a huge decision. Don't screw it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
No more, Mayor.
Okay, all right, that's the end of public comment. We will take a brief break and we'll come back for discussion. Thank you. Can we come back? I don't know. It's not working. Oh, it is. Hello. Okay, we are back. If you could take your seats. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check, check.
Lindy, we're still on this side. Okay. Your wishful thinking.
Okay, if you could, no. Check, check. Check, check.
Hey, it's not about you, okay? I love both of you dearly, but I mean, come on.
Check. The microphones. Okay, thank you all. If you could take your seats. Is the microphone working? Okay, thank you. All right, we are back. We do have one more public comment before discussion. Jim Fairchild. Got that pronunciation correct.
Jim Fairchild?
My name's Jim Fairchild. I'm a neighbor up the street of Andy's. My family and I moved here a few years ago. We walk down to Libby all the time to check out shows. I'm a musician. I was in a band called Modest Mouse for a long time. I've been in a band called Granddaddy forever. And let's see here. I think that Marco and company would do a wonderful job doing something that I would like to see happen, which is just expand the range of programming, both in terms of what era of music is from, but also the range of genres. I think that would be really important. And I've worked with Marco a bunch, and I know that he can do it. And also with what Donald and Michael said as well. Donald mentioned the financial aspect of it from a band being a barrier to people coming. I mean, I know in both bands that I play in, like the least amount of money that we ever made was playing in Big Sur in front of 250 people. And those were the shows that we remembered forever and most looked forward to. Missoula, Montana comes to mind. So I think that drawing a broader range of talent, I know that it would be easy because I talked to the bands who are my contemporaries and friends, and the agents who are always wondering, how can we come to Ojai? So that's all I have to say. I think they're going to do a great job with it. And as a neighbor and patron of Libby Bowl, I would just love to see that range expanded. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jim.
And gymnastics.
Thank you. All right, that is the end of public comment. We will move on to discussion. And just a reminder to council members, we will have a 5-minute limit, and there will be time on both screens, I believe. Councilmember Rule, you'd like to begin?
Yeah, sure. I'll start, and I'm pleased to start the clock, our first official clock. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of things that struck me. We've listened long and hard and deep. So I support this, but the things that really struck me is the question of what's possible, and I think it's time for us to figure out what is possible. And I also think that there can be an envisioning process of what Libby Bowl is actually going to be part of this, part of the actual music promotion. But as well, I think what I have heard is that there is a willingness to understand and to work through what Libby Bowl could actually be for the community. I think we heard Smitty West talk about it. So, I think an envisioning process for many community members, and it can be a center for so many activities. And I think that is a community activity to come to grips with what it actually, not come to grips, just yay, let's do what we can do. I also took to heart Lenny Claif's comment about a general plan and a small town feel, and I can't imagine that having local businesses who are involved with community, trying to build up community and build threads of community is not a small town activity. It is most definitely the small town activity, is when not only will you see the promoters on the street, which you do all the time, changing out their posters or, at their restaurants. That is, for me, embodies what a small town is really about. It is about the community. It is about knowing, the people with which you live and work. So I for me, it works completely with the general plan and what we envision as small town. Finally, I can feel the energy in this room. I can feel the energy, just in the people that have spoken and who have come out and who have, supported, and as well as credentialing these three, the consortium. Let's just call them the consortium. I don't have any doubt that this will work. As always, things emerge and processes emerge, but if you have people of goodwill and honest intentions, which I believe we do on all sides, this can really emerge to be something wonderful. And finally, I'm just going to put a plug in. I sat in the box office of the Warfield Theater an entire summer when it was still a movie theater and sold tickets on Market Street. And it was totally fun. And I also managed a band called American Music Club for a long time. And finally, I will say that you always want to go. You always want to play where you want to be. It's like, if you want to be in Ojai, you want to play Ojai, right? That is absolutely true, that bands will go where they want to play. And oftentimes, maybe it's a wash, maybe they don't make the money, but it's where they wanted to be. It's what they wanted to do. And if we can set that vibe, we will have, it will be a beautiful place. So I am completely in support. And finally, I want to just say to Sterling, thank you very much for the work that you have done for 8 years to get us to the point where we can actually envision what this can be. So I am completely in support, and I thank everyone who has come out. I thank our local folks, and I look forward to imagining and envisioning what this can be.
Councilmember Lang?
Thank you. I am in support of moving forward with OVM. Many of you know I lived in Nashville for about 8 years, and I'm used to seeing live music and discovering emerging artists and people who don't have the great big headlines, and thinking about being able to do that with members of our community strikes a chord, no pun intended, inside of me that I think, it echoes something that I've heard from other community members, some of whom are here tonight, some of whom weren't able to come. But we have such an opportunity to come together, and I agree with Councilmember Rule, come together and envision what Libby Bowl could be and how it could serve the community. And Chair Smitty West and I have had conversations about this. I've also talked to our city manager about getting Parks and Rec involved, and I've talked to also just local people just members of our community who are dreaming of all the possibilities too. And I think what we heard tonight and what we saw in this proposal is a step toward a bigger vision, and a vision that really brings people together. One of the things that I really like about this proposal is the diversity of entertainment. There are things for parents. Or kids. The Wiggles was one of the proposed bands. There are musicians that are more, Americana. I love the idea of jazz, of having a range of music. I have attended many of the Sterling shows, and I'm a big fan of the cover bands. I've had a lot of great times at the Sterling shows. And so I'm optimistic. You know, this proposal included opportunities to have other concert promoters, to partner with other concert promoters, which is another reason why I'm leaning in this direction, is because it's not limited to one thing, just one set. Like that, it leaves opportunities open for us as a city to be able to say, let's have, like we did last year, let's have a fundraiser for flood victims in our own town, and let's bring bands together for that. So this gives us, I think, options that that are really community focused. And I also, one last thing is just, I like the idea too of working with local vendors, local food vendors, getting Revel, having a presence there. I think that that is really favorable. And so I'd like to put a motion on the table and then continue the conversation. But I'd like to put a motion to direct the city manager to move forward to negotiate on the city's behalf for a 4-year agreement with Ojai Valley Music.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Could I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
I would like to know, what we're committing to. Is the city manager going to work out the contract on his own? Is that what you're proposing? Because that's what it says in the recommendation, if I understand it right. Or how is this contract? Because we have a great proposal, but we don't have a contract. So how can you?
Yes.
Before I can
Yes.
vote, I need to know how that's going to work.
So normally what I do when you folks direct me to enter into an agreement is I don't do it on my own, of course. We have legal staff right next to us. City attorney, the assistant city attorney. Those are our experts that jump in with me on that. We also have templates and requirements that our insurance authority insists upon for us to be in a member. So, you've got parameters under which you're operating. But in this case, the other nice thing about it is you already have a starting point, and that starting point is essentially Sterling's agreement and the amendments. So we don't have to think of every conceivable thing and possibility. It's already laid out there. What OVM is proposing is a 4-year term, and so that's what I would start out with the city attorney's office. I would probably, just like the Sterling agreement, also offer by mutual agreement, meaning both sides have to agree, of course, some extensions on the end of that as too. That's customary in contracts like this.
Yeah, because I remember previously feeling like we had to, the amendments, I think, addressed the city dates. There were concerns.
Right. There are blackout dates. There are established traditional events that you cannot, those are, well, that says it all, blackout dates, right?
Okay. And then furthermore, I would like, I don't know if this is a detail, but I would like part of the contract to be traffic management. I've already spoken with David that the theater should have guarded bike parking because people don't want their expensive bikes left out when they're
bike valet.
Yeah, bike valet. We need to have some kind of pedestrian bicycle plan and public transportation.
That's common at concerts these days.
All of this has to be part of it. I mean, if you've been to the Oregon Fair, they're car free. So if they can do it, we can do it.
I'm just
see
gonna
what LA is doing.
Point of order.
Yeah.
That clock isn't running.
Oh.
So
5 minutes for everybody but Susan.
Yeah, 5 minutes. I know, right? I'm sorry, but I can just see this. It's it's late here, baby.
Okay.
So all of that is part of the motion, right?
Do you accept that amendment?
I think as the city manager stated, he'll work with us and the city manager to put together the appropriate elements of that in a standard city professional contract, including looking at traffic management, bike parking, bike valet.
Yeah.
There's already protections for the legacy events. That'll be baked in the contract. and of course the appropriate insurance.
And then the contract comes back to us? How does it work?
Yes, it has to come back to you for approval. It's above the city manager spending or approval authority.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. So I actually started performing at Libby Bowl in 1970. And I'm making a plug for the Ojai School District Music Program, which is fantastic. And for about 8 years, I played at Libby several times a year. And with the jazz bands, I'm really excited about the idea that OVM wants to bring us some jazz. And I would say that the venue is spectacular. Every time I go to a concert, I kind of look around in amazement and comparison to maybe some of the other places I've been to concerts. And I know that the artists are going to love playing here. And I think we heard from a really impressive number of artists about how strongly they feel about their relationship with the group that's behind OVM. You know, I meant to do something at the outset, which is to invoke our new code of conduct and disclose that I spoke to David Berger over the weekend. And I also want to say about David that he showed me, gave me a little tour of Ojai Playhouse. It's spectacular. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a jewel for a small venue. It's, you know, I felt like I was in, you know, the state-of-the-art theater that you'd expect to see in Hollywood or something, you know. So I was very impressed. I love the idea of having the local promoter who we can bother when things aren't going the way we think they should be. And actually, I know from everything that I've heard that they're going to be very responsive if we have concerns. And I support the proposition of working with OVM wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Well, first I'd like to thank Lance Sterling for your stewardship, 8 years. Thank you for bringing so many great concerts to the Bowl. We're really grateful. That said, I think the opportunity is here. What a great opportunity to keep it local, local, local. I know David and I know Marco. I'm looking forward to getting to know you, Martin. And the Playhouse, I can't wait for all of you to see it. It's going to blow your mind. It's really an incredible place, the attention to detail, and we are so lucky to have that jewel right there in downtown Ojai. Marco, your noodles are incredible. And I just think that we have an opportunity to do something super meaningful here, have really high caliber music, make it family friendly. Both my kids grew up here, and it would be so great to have music that would appeal to kids. And we can have local food, local drinks, local ticket vendors, local artists. And, you know, as David said, it connects people, and this is an act of empathy. And we have the opportunity to expand what is actually possible. So I think we really have this amazing opportunity, and I'm so grateful that we can bring it to fruition and get going. So with that said, I think we're all ready for a roll call.
I just want to say something.
You can say something.
'Cause I only ask questions. I also want to say that I feel that we owe a debt of gratitude to Lance Sterling because he came along when the bowl was not doing well at all. I believe he was the only one. I wasn't quite here yet. It was just before 2016. But so thank you, and I do hope that you'll work with Ojai Valley Music. I got to be honest, I was undecided as to what was the better choice, because I'm concerned that the hour is late. We're very late in the year, but we have to deal with what we have. And part of me wanted the security of the good contract that we have with Lance, but obviously the enthusiasm for Ojai Valley Music is completely contagious, so I will be a yes vote as well. Thank you, everyone. Great speakers.
Could I just wanted, and this is just tangential, anecdotal. So I've heard from a number of people how great the show was, Grateful Shred.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, oh, you know, the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy, they can really promote a show. They really know how to do it. It was the best promoted show I've been to. And I've heard that from a number of people. Setting aside it's a Grateful Dead cover band is not the point, but then I read the proposal and I saw, actually David was the promoter, and I did not ever realize that. I thought that, you know, the Land Conservancy had promoted it themselves. So when I saw that, this had come to me just, you know, over the last year or so, what a great show that was. So I just wanted to kind of do a shout out for the public, you know, inadvertently, whatever, just saying what a great promotion that was. And it really took into account the audience and how important that was. Water stations. I mean, I got the lowdown. So that kind of sealed the deal for me from when I got this. So thank you very much for having done that.
I got it.
Okay, I think we're ready for the roll call.
I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry.
One quick comment. I meant to say this, but you know, it's not the greatest situation to be in when you've got, you know, two contracts, two firms coming before you with a contract, and so, you know, one is not getting our approval, but I think, you know, we all really owe Sterling debt of gratitude, and he's done great for us over the years, and I shouldn't take it at all that he's. I think we're just really fortunate to have had, you know, two really good options to have here, and we're choosing one that we think's a little bit better.
Okay, all right, now we're ready for the roll call.
Yes, Mayor. For the
Thank
record,
you.
we have a motion by Councilmember Lang with a second by Councilmember Rule to proceed with option B as recommended, and a friendly amendment to consider a traffic management element, including bike valet and parking. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for coming out and speaking. Okay, we will return to the second section of public comment. So we'll begin with Larry Steingold, then Lisa Graham, and then Jesse Austin. Is Larry's still here.
Why would I want to go home? It's fun here.
You want to wait just 1 minute?
Sure. Well, we could, no.
Oh, can we start the clock? Okay, thank you. And thank you all for leaving quietly.
James, we're just waiting on the crowd real quick.
I think we should give the whole town a great round of applause for Ojai Day, because it was great, and everybody participated. And Toastmasters is 7 a.m. Friday for anybody who would like to come and start learning how to speak in front of audience. Thank you very much for the process that you just had. That was a nice discussion without any rancor, vehemence, beating of the breasts, anything. Hope I don't keep anybody up. regarding the real estate question that was asked earlier, I've worked with a lot of governments, and there's nothing wrong with helping steer or cut properties from a list that make no sense. The Park and Rec issue, November 19th is way too far. You people call special meetings at a drop of a hat anyway, so why not have it sooner before the election? It would be nice. Please tell the Park and Rec manager not to give away or sell or do anything with the equipment, even though they're trying to, I guess, put 2 pickleball days in there now in the gym, because I got a notice for pickleball drop-in. That's what I got. I saw it. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I saw.
Where'd you see it?
Got an email, Park and Rec,
Saw it.
pickleball at the gym. It has to be at the gym because there's no pickleball courts at Sarzati yet.
Mr. City Manager?
Well,
sorry, still got.
Don't worry.
I
Well,
want an extra
Mr.
5
Steingold will
seconds.
get his time. Just for the record, we're not making any change. As the press release indicated, we're not making changes to the existing programming that is in place until we get council direction, if it is provided on the 19th. There could be, I'm not familiar with every single tweak and change in the recreation program that we have going on. There could be some drop-in pickleball play that I'm not aware of, but it's not impacting, if there is, it's not impacting the gymnastics program.
Well, it can't be in the gym, right? But that's beside the point. The point is, we don't have a Park and Rec committee. They're the ones that should be determining and overseeing the Park and Rec activities. The commission, even with, and then help direct and advise, and that's what they're supposed to do. Please populate it. It's obviously intentional that it's not populated, which now we have a crisis. You've got a lot of people annoyed over this thing, and it just seems that either the manager is either doing it on his own or he's being directed at, one or the other. It's either coming from the city council, the city manager, the assistant city manager. It's coming from somewhere, unless he's doing it himself. And if he's doing it himself, then somebody needs to say, hey, this isn't the way we do business here. I'm sorry. Okay? So, and if one of the city councilors are involved, own it. If you're trying to strip and redirect everything in Park and Rec, please put back on the committee, and that's what the committee is for. Populate it. So please, it's been a long time since we don't have Park and Rec commission. And keep the gymnastics in place. But more importantly, we shouldn't be here about Park and Rec. If they had a committee, this whole thing would be unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Lisa Graham, then Jesse Austin, and then William Wyrick, who's not here. Lisa? Jesse?
Honorable City Council members, my name is Jessie Austin, and while I genuinely appreciate that you have scheduled a special meeting for us to speak out, respectfully, that isn't for another month. So yes, I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the children of Ojai, and I'm going to continue to show up at every opportunity to speak about this very important issue. But tonight I'm actually here to speak more broadly about the recreation department, because this is a bigger issue than gymnastics. I emailed you all requesting that the meeting be moved to an earlier date and that the subject be expanded to include all recreation department programs, but I haven't heard back from anyone. Unfortunately, the gymnasts are not the only group affected by the recent changes made to the recreation department. Art, pottery, horseback riding, aikido, softball, the Little Free Library, and more have been eliminated or reduced. In a small town with limited activities for children, this is reprehensible. The Parks and Recs Commission needs to be reinstated immediately so that oversight can be provided by the people these decisions affect most, the families of the Ojai Valley. And yes, there was a pickleball flyer that came out. It's advertised between 8 o'clock and 2:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays for ages 16 plus, some of which are in school during that time, and that does affect gymnastics because there are Tiny Tots programs those days.
May I ask a question?
Thank you, Jesse.
Jesse, where did you send your letter?
Via the Ojai City of Ojai website,
And
where
when
it said
did-
to click.
When did you send it?
I think the end of last week.
Okay, I'm going to check because maybe I overlooked it, but I don't remember it. Okay. I must have overlooked it. Sorry.
Thank you, Jesse. Bernie Larson is not in the house. Bill Miley? Nope. Jessica, I'm not sure what the last name is. Omish? Is she here? Oh, okay. Hi, Jessica.
So I don't know if I can do this with my phone, but I can put your pickleball flyer into the record if you are able to do that. So thanks for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate your time and taking into consideration what we have to say as residents of the Ojai Valley. Those of whom who participate and pay into the city of Ojai's revenue through property taxes, transport taxes, sales taxes, as well as public program enrollments. I'd like to take a second to inform you all, in case you are unaware, that the population of the Ojai Valley, youth, is 4,658. That is the entire Ojai Valley. As of this year, the population of Ojai's youth in just the city proper is 1,280. And I'll tell you why I'm giving you these numbers in just a second. The Ojai Valley boasts a poverty rate of 8.9%. Gymnastics is one of the only public programs that is not only accessible to all of the Ojai Valley, but it's also affordable. The gymnastics programs bring, I'm nervous. The gymnastics program brings in over $100,000 in revenue a year. It supports 253 kids in enrollment every 8 weeks. It's not the exact same kids every 8 weeks because there are waiting lists, and we all sit there and try and hurry and get our name on the list for some of the classes. I want to reiterate one more time that all of the Ojai Valley, all citizens in the Ojai Valley contribute to the rec department and the city revenue. There has been a lot of mention about the amount of gymnasts that are participating in the gymnastics program, only 50% being within the city limits. Well, if you look at the numbers that I just gave you, there is only approximately 1,200 kids in the entire valley, within city limits. So actually, those numbers are pretty good. If you're getting 50% of your just Ojai proper kids participating in that, and then the greater Ojai Valley is supporting the rest of the program, I don't understand why you would want to cut it. There is a lot of misinformation that has been put out by the city manager and the park manager, and I wanted to address some of those things before our meeting in November, which should be earlier. And now I don't have to.
Thank you, Jessica. Zoe, that's my Well, I'm sorry, we don't share time. We can't do that. No. No, I'm getting Mr. City Attorney. Would you like to?
Yeah, the city's policy is that it's 3 minutes per person per item. Reading a letter is not something that we do to get extra time. The letter can be submitted to the record, and then it'll be distributed to the city.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Wait. No, I'm sorry. We can't do that. All right. Jeffrey
Submitted to the record through the email.
Jeffrey Starkweather still here? No. Jim Fairchild? No. Randy Haney? No. Ryan Childs? Is he still here? Serge Becker? Severa Lara. And then we have David Channing and Starchild.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Sticks, council members, city staff. I'm here to talk about gymnastics. I'm going to put on, I was a past Park and Recreation Commissioner. I was a past council member. I was a former mayor for the city of Ojai. It saddens me to come here and speak to you all about this program. Because when I was on the Park and Recreation Commission, we supported this program. We wanted to find ways to improve it, to make it better. I'm not sure if you guys have had the opportunity to go to their yearly celebration. I didn't go until I was a Park and Recreation Commissioner, and it was incredible to see the amount of kids, the amount of parents, the amount of support that was behind this program. Now, there's also an issue here with process because there seems to be a disconnect, a mistrust now with the community. So I hope that you really take into consideration these public comments, especially the kids that have come up to the podium to speak in favor of gymnastics, of what it does, not just physically, mentally, emotionally, it does everything. In the letter I wrote, there is something I do agree about diversifying programs. That's valid. But let's think outside the box to make our Park and Recreation department better. And let's start to win the trust of the community. And you could do that by, at the end of the meeting, suggesting a new agenda item on November 19th about how you're going to keep the program going and talk about how you're going to make this department better, how we're going to fill the vacancies of the Park and Recreation Commission. There's steps that we could do now to start communicating with our community that we do care about the gymnastic program, that we're able to work out things that we need to improve. But I strongly feel that we need leadership. We need you guys to step up, because I'm not sure what's going on, but what we're reading from the public and what we're hearing from the community is not good. It means that we need somebody in those shoes, some leaders that really understand the city of Ojai. So I really urge you to take our comments to heart and really start getting the trust of the community.
Thank you, Savera. David Channing?
Good evening. My name is David Channing. I've lived here in Ojai for 14 years. I am a musician. I'm pleased that we're moving ahead with the Libby Bowl thing, but I did want to comment on something that I felt there wasn't enough. I know that there's going to be further discussion, and there was discussion of bicycle valets. Parking, you're talking about 1,000-seat facility, and you're going to be raising the visibility and opening it to potentially national acts and diversifying, and all of that's wonderful. But to support the businesses in Ojai and the neighbors in Ojai, I mean, I understand the excitement. A lot of people live in the Ojai Valley, some from Miners Oaks. I live about 100 yards from the Libby Bowl, and I'm telling you, there's inadequate parking. So please make that an important part of your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Starchild.
Good evening. Madam Mayor, earlier when we started this meeting, I heard you make a mistake. You said that November is the time for the public to bring up any issues regarding the gymnastics program. In reality, that time was June 25th when you had the closed session meeting and didn't include the public. We have a transparency problem here in Ojai, and it's time to stop hiding things from the public. Today, this council had the option to extend public comments so that all the children who came here could be heard. It's now 9:44. They're in bed, but today you're going to hear from Zoe Omish, and I'm going to read what she wrote. Thank you for letting me talk tonight. My name is Zoe Omish, and I would like to take a minute to tell you about gymnastics. Gymnastics is important to me because it feels like a family. They're so supportive of me and to everyone. It doesn't matter if you look different or act different. They're nice and supportive. Everyone is nice and happy in gymnastics. If when you were a kid, there was a sport that you really loved that made you feel safe and heard and gave you goals to work toward, and then someone was trying to take that away, how would you feel about that? I feel that's unfair and depressing to me. I don't know what it would do if you took gymnastics away. It's unfair to take away gymnastics and lie about it. I've been going since I was a toddler. The coaches and other girls are like my family. Now you're talking about taking gymnastics away from me and my friends. That makes me mad, sad, and confused. I hate thinking that you're trying to shut it down. If you take away gymnastics from us, you're taking away community that was made through gymnastics, which gives us an opportunity to push our limits and accomplish something bigger than ourselves. Please reconsider. Thank you for listening to me tonight. Throughout this whole process, the closed-door meeting on 6/25, this council decided to work without input from the community. It's time to move towards transparency. One way we can do that is for council to waive privilege about the 6/25 meeting. There are big questions to be had. Did the council direct the city to dispose of any equipment? Did they direct the city to close the gymnastics program? Was there any discussion of potential litigation, or was there none at all? Those are all questions that could be answered if you waive privilege. Additionally, the commission needs to be constituted for Parks and Rec, and that needs to be prioritized over filling the 5th seat on the Planning Commission. I'd also like to submit for public comment a letter from my neighbor.
Thank you, Starchild. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand from Sunny. Sunny, you have the floor and you may unmute. Go ahead, Sunny.
Hi. Hi. It's actually, I think it's on it, but this is Katie Donlin from District 2. And I wanted to speak today to the Parks and Rec. A lot of people have expressed their concern, and I would also like to express my concern with the lack of a Parks and Recreation Commission. I wanted to take a moment to read from our municipal code that our Parks and Rec department is to act in an advisory capacity to the council on all matters pertaining to recreation programs and facilities. And so as a Parks Commissioner, you become knowledgeable about the general field of recreation and organization within the area and the needs of city recreation program participants and recreation facility users, to receive input from current and potential recreation program participants and recreation facility users regarding the recreation program and facility needs of the community. And the reason I read that specifically is because during this instance, there has been no reaching out, or the community is not able to provide input because we have no Parks and Rec Commission. And I do think that this is a result of the council's plan to restructure the way in which all commissions are appointed. But now that is to the detriment of a wonderful program in our valley, which my daughters have participated in, one is currently participating in, but not just gymnastics, several of these programs through our recreation department. And additionally, with this restructuring of how the commissions are to be appointed, these positions are non-political. These positions are opportunities for community members to contribute. I have attempted to contribute and have heard nothing back because of this delaying and stalling of the restructuring of how the commissions are appointed. But this instance that we're in right now is such an illustration of why these commissions and having complete functioning commissions are so important, because all of this input could have already been had. And these young kids don't have to be going through this kind of emotional turmoil. These families don't have to be going through this, because these are really important things. And so I really urge the city to take this into consideration and take the time to move forward on the appointing of specifically the Parks and Recreation Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. All right. That is the end of the public communication. So we will move on to agenda item number 3.
Mayor, if I could
Yes.
just really quickly, just on the question of some new pickleball flyer, there is no new pickleball programming going on at the gym. There is an old flyer that has been circulating around social media that folks have picked up, but there's not any new programs that we're offering. We're not cutting back gymnastics so that we can have a new pickleball drop in at the gym. There will be new pickleball programming at Soul Park, and you may see a flyer about that, but that's at Soul Park.
Thank you. Okay, item number 3, introduction of ordinance adding Article 3 to Chapter 6 of Title 1 of the Ojai Municipal Code, establishing an administrative remedies procedure for challenges to fees, charges, and assessments. We have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, very briefly. This ordinance is designed to take advantage of new state law that takes effect January 1st. The new law provides, in very summary fashion, that anyone seeking to challenge a fee, charge, or assessment imposed on property owners or certain kinds of businesses under Proposition 218, which is typically that are fees or charges for certain property-related services like the Plaza Maintenance District or the other landscape and lighting districts, or if we ever had a water or sewer program, something like that, not taxes and not permit fees. If you're trying to challenge one of those kinds of fees, the new state law lets us require a written opposition to be filed at the time the fee is adopted. And if you don't file that written opposition, you cannot sue on it. So if we ever look at something like adjusting our landscape and lighting district assessments, this will let us help insulate those fees against challenge, or at least reduce the likelihood of a successful challenge. And it's a new state law that takes effect January 1st. We recommend getting our ordinance in place ahead of that. Hence, it's for your review and approval and recommendation for introduction tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council?
So, I heard you say this does not apply to taxes.
Correct. This is for fees, charges, and assessments under Prop 218, not taxes. Taxes is a whole separate law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no public comment in the House. Anything online, Weston? All right, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin or put a motion on the table? Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, I'll put a motion on the table as it is, getting us in compliance with the state law. I can't see any reason not to do so, and I am happy to waive the first reading of the ordinance. I'm assuming that, this is just us getting our ducks in a row. So I'm going to make a motion that we go ahead and introduce and waive first reading of the ordinance, adding Article 3 to Chapter 6 of Title 1 of the Ojai Municipal Code, establishing an administrative remedy procedure for challenges to fees, charges, and assessments. Okay.
I'll second.
All right. Anyone else like to make a comment? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just a question on the waiving of a second reading.
Waiving the first reading. The second reading will have to happen next meeting.
Okay.
What?
We still takes 2 votes. Sorry, let's clarify that.
Yeah.
The motion was to waive reading the entire ordinance, reading it in full, every word.
Okay.
We will still have to do 2 votes, though. This isn't an urgency ordinance.
All right. Then I withdraw my question.
Okay, I
It's
think
late.
we're ready for, and thank you to Mr. City Attorney for bringing this forward. Much appreciated.
Of course.
All right, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Motion understood. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 4, electrification of city-owned buildings, and we have a presentation from our Public Works Director, Lindy Palmer. Thank you very much.
So good evening, Mayor and council members. Kind of late in the evening, but I'll try to be quick. So the item in front of you tonight, I'm not expecting any action. I'm not asking for any action. This is just a receive and file. And we've had some discussions of late on electrification of the city. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what we're doing. I know it's become a very, very high priority item and for you, the community, as well as us in Public Works. So we're making some headway. So some of the things that, of course, the city has already moved forward with some we've been, let's see, hang on a second. I'm tired. So we've made some strides in being electrified and low emissions, et cetera, in the city already. So we've we've prohibited the use of gas power tools already some time ago, along with some other items. We have continued to transition our fleet to electric vehicles. We actually took receipt today of another electric vehicle. It's sitting out across from City Hall right now. So we're trying to do that quickly. In addition, we are utilizing resources that are available to us. SoCal Ren being one of them. We have enrolled with them within the last couple of weeks and trying to take advantage of some of the services and incentives and rebates that they can offer and services for us. So we're currently working on replacing all of our gas water heaters throughout the city. So we have 8 or 9 in our city facilities. So we are continuing to replace those. We've got some on order right now, and we'll be submitting the documentation to SoCal Ren, Southern California Regional Energy Network, if you need to know what that is. And if the units that we are replacing qualify for their rebates, we will be getting rebates and incentives through them. So we're working towards that, as well as something I will be bringing back to council in the next, probably in November. It looks like we're working towards that. Would be an agreement with CPA, with Clean Power Alliance, and the program that they currently offer is it's providing the design analysis, construction management for a single facility in the city. So we're working through what we think the best facility would be to identify that for them to work on that for us. So we're pretty far down the road in knowing what we need to do for our facilities. We've got a list that was provided to us back in June. We refer to that as Phil's list. And I've also met with Mr. White as well. So he and I've had some numerous discussions about that. And in addition, we will be coming back to council. We will be actually issuing an RFP for a design build process for all of the facilities, aside from this singular one that CPA will be working on for us. So we are working on putting together an RFP right now. We met with some folks last week who we've got a list of a lot of consultants now who are kind of moving in this direction. It's really kind of a thing these days, as you can expect. So we have quite a few consultants we plan on reaching out to with that RFP. And the hope is that by December we can interview the consultants and select one who we think is going to provide the service that we want. So with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions from council? Nope. Okay, any public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, no raised hands on Zoom, but let's extend an option for item 4 for our Zoom participants. Still no raised hands, Mayor, so we'll move on.
Okay, let's move on to discussion. Anyone?
Do we just need a motion to receive and file?
Do we need a motion?
No action needed, just to receive and file. It's to literally receive
Okay.
and file.
All right, any comments before we move on? Well, I would just like to say thank you to Ms. Palmer for moving this forward. It's such great progress in terms of getting off of gas and oil. And also thank you to SoCal Ren and Clean Power Alliance, 2 incredible organizations. And I've been serving on Clean Power Alliance for the last 4 years, and I'm on the executive committee, and we just are, our city is so lucky to have their support and in terms of design analysis. So thank you very much. Anyone else? Nope.
Just thank you.
I'll just echo the thank you to Lindy, and I'm impressed with the progress we're making.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
We all echo that.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, it's exciting. There's a lot of fun things going on,
Okay.
So,
All right, council, it's 10 o'clock. Normally, we don't take any new items after 10. How do you all, we have one more item on the agenda. Any
My preference would be to end, but I'm open to not ending.
Okay.
I would like to end.
I would like to keep going.
Councilmember Francina?
I like to go home, so would Weston.
Okay.
But I'll stay, of course.
Okay. If we were to postpone this to the November 12th agenda, how's that looking at this point?
Well, because also the public wants to
Yeah,
see it.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's be candid. I mean, we could do it, folks, but we just would need to start earlier than what your scheduled start date is. Start time, excuse me.
You mean start at 5 instead of 6?
At least.
Okay.
Oh,
I would say 4:30 would probably be more realistic and be ready for a long evening. You got a lot of stuff. But we can do it.
Well, it's only 1 minute after 10. I mean,
Okay.
if we had just taken it, we'd have been on time.
Okay. Well,
Could
we go until 10? Is everyone up for 10:30?
But tell us more. I like the idea of starting at 4:30. I'd like to do that every meeting.
It's your guys' meeting.
It's not going to work for me.
I know. Okay.
I mean, if 5 might work. I mean, I think if you did that, you just would have to have the appetite, and I know you guys do, to just say like, okay, this is going to be a long meeting. We're going to just start at 5 and be here till as long as it takes.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock now. Why would we not do this? We have gone after 10 o'clock so many times.
I think it's 10:30.
You're okay. Our city attorney. Okay. Well, how about we?
I mean, we can take a vote. We can take a vote, and that's fine. I mean,
Well, I think we have 3 votes to continue at this
Yes.
point, and let's
take this off the plate.
come up for air at 10:30 and see how we're feeling. How's that?
Okay, I'll talk.
Okay.
I'll be efficient. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this is the ordinance that you requested that we draft from the concept review of the Rights of Nature program ordinance. So there are a few parts to this. It provides rights of Ojai residents and natural communities to clean water free from pollution in soil from excess phosphorus. It provides rights of natural communities within city limits to exist, flourish, and regenerate without harm caused by water and soil pollution. And then it prohibits certain activities which violate the rights and provide enforcement for those prohibitions. And that it allows property owners to install and manage natural landscapes in furtherance of the right of those communities to exist. So something that I would like to note here that is somewhat unusual from other rights of nature ordinances is we've created a universe that the rights exist within. So a lot of the rights of nature ordinances are quite broad. In fact, they're overbroad from what the courts have found. So what we've done here is the only way that the rights can be enforced is if there's a violation of the prohibition. So, for example, if someone adds a pollutant to water, that could be a violation of the rights of the animals that live within the water. I'm sorry. If they add a pollutant to the water and it causes harm, so that would be a violation of the rights of the water itself, the animals that live in the water, the plants that thrive from the water. So by way of example, for purposes of efficiency, I'm going to stop talking and I'm happy to answer questions that you may have about the rights of nature ordinance.
Okay. Any questions from council?
Can we look, may I? Can we look on attachment A, page 5, where section 5-16.03, a local bill of rights? And I would like a better understanding of that paragraph. It says, the last sentence, use of the city of Ojai government by the sovereign people to make law and policy shall not be deemed by any authority to eliminate or reduce that self-governing authority. And someone pointed out to me that the term sovereign people is used by people who don't think they have to obey the law. That they can print their own driver's license and that they're above the law. And I should credit, I don't know if he's still here, but he is. Lenny Clave called that to my attention, so maybe he'll speak on it, but I'm just curious about that.
So this principle is enforcing the idea that the city of Ojai has the right to regulate the things within its boundaries and to adopt laws such as this is the point of that. It does not give residents the right to print their own driver's licenses.
It just...
We can, if you're uncomfortable, we can strike the language if you'd prefer to.
If I
Councilmember Lang has a comment. Yeah.
So just to follow up with Councilmember Francina, there is the movement, the sovereignty movement that emerged during COVID with masks and mask wearing. And so is there another word we can use other than sovereign? The word
I apologize
sovereign.
for choosing something so triggering. Let me get out the thesaurus unless Matt has something.
Honestly, my suggestion is delete the four-word phrase "by the sovereign people." So the relevant sentence simply says, "Use of the City of Ojai government to make law and policy shall not be deemed to eliminate or reduce that self-governing authority," which refers to the prior sentence regarding the right of residents to exercise their municipal self-government under other laws.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I was not making a personal comment about COVID or mask wearing or sovereignty. I was simply saying that it can be a triggering word for some people. I just wanted to clarify.
I apologize for not being up to speed on that.
Yeah, I only learned about it today.
Okay, we will go ahead and take public comment. No, any more questions? Okay, let's start with Leonard Clave, then Larry Steingold, then Mr. Miley's gone, so then Andy Gilman.
Leonard Clave, the sovereign people's movement started way before COVID. It started in the 50s or the 60s. There are legitimately tens of thousands of Americans who think that if they just proclaim themselves to be sovereign citizens, then they are. And that they can print their own driver's licenses. They're not subject to criminal laws. I've tried to represent some of those people. They're aligned with the militias, and it's dangerous language when you don't know what that word means to other people. And it's not a joke. It's serious people who are, from my perspective, crazed and delusional. And it all goes back to their belief that Ohio was not properly admitted to the Union because of some irregularity in the vote to admit them, and therefore everything that's been done thereafter is illegal because Ohio isn't really a state. And as nutty as that sounds, there are like a lot of people who believe that. So that's why I called it to everybody, to the council's attention. I know it was inadvertent, but it is potentially serious. You don't want to get involved with those people, believe me. Couple other things on this, if I may. I'm not sure, and I leave this to council. Does the city have the authority to grant standing for people to sue in state court? I have my doubts, but I leave that to council as a question. The other problem I have with this, and the obviously the idea behind it is wonderful, but for example, on page F12, subdivision BC, makes it illegal to display or distribute for retail sale certain fertilizers. Then it says that they have to, it's not illegal to sell it, but you have to keep it behind the counter and you have to show certain things in order to buy it. And the things that you have to show in order to buy it are in 3 of that, which is down at the bottom of that page F12. And so if you can come in with a soil scientist saying that you need this stuff, you can put it in the ground. Well, what is a soil scientist? Who is a soil scientist? What decides someone that am I a soil scientist if I claim to be a soil scientist? Your exceptions are so vague as to make meaningless the prohibition. So thank you.
Thank you, Len. Next, we have Larry Steingold and Andy Gilman.
I urge you to kick this down the road to next month or concentrate on education. Last week, 2 weeks ago, Barry Rabb mentioned a quote. I will read you the quote again. This is by Thomas Lindsay, your guru, or somebody's guru here, who you follow as a shaman or something.
Please, Larry.
That's okay, please. Thank you. You're welcome. But again, that's the kind of point. CELDF, that's Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund, founded by Mr. Lindsay. But he quotes, I quote, say, we don't care if we have to file for municipal bankruptcy. Lindsay said, echoing an interview he gave Reuters in 2015, if a town goes bankrupt trying to defend one of our ordinances, well, perhaps that's exactly what is needed to trigger a national movement. But again, that's the kind of point. CLCDF is looking for local officials, such as yourselves, Leslie and Rachel. Lindsay saying, echoing, we don't care if we have to file for municipal bankruptcy. He echoed an interview he gave Reuters in 2015. If a town goes bankrupt trying to defend one of our ordinances, well, perhaps that's exactly what is needed to trigger a national movement. Which one of you wants to own the bankruptcy of this city? Do you, Leslie? Do you, Rachel? The mayor, you're leaving, but this vote can continue. Susan, you're leaving. You own this if you vote on it. Bankruptcy is a big deal. Okay. Mr. Whitman, you'll own it. Okay, if this is what happens. Go for it. But I think more about education, educating about the earth, educating about the soil, educating about the air. You want to put a few laws on for phosphorus so it comes down, whatever. But this is dangerous for my financial stability in this town. I like having services. I don't want to own bankruptcy, and don't look away because you'll own this if it happens. Okay, because that's the point. This man and his movement doesn't care about bankruptcy. It's his own quote. You guys are following this thing, this guy. Fine, the earth needs help. Okay, do it. You can pass laws on site work. You can pass word on drainage. Is concrete being poured on the ground going to change waterways? I mean, this stuff, it's going to get expensive. Okay, we have money. Let's spend it on lawsuits. The lawyers will make money. Great. But don't own. But if you pass it, you'll own it. If it happens negatively, positively, great.
Could I? Thank you, Larry.
Could I respond, Mayor? Just really briefly.
We generally, according to our code of conduct, we don't respond to public comment.
It's not in our code of conduct.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want to say something?
Well, I was going to suggest that Mr. Steingold is not going to second bite at public comment. The council, of course, gets time to discuss the agenda item, and if in the course of discussing the agenda item, that includes responding to information raised by the public, that would be in order.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just to notice, up till now, we have always been able, as is allowed, to respond briefly to public comment, as long as it doesn't enter into a conversation between two council people. Are we now no longer doing that?
No, you can respond. It's just not a conversation. It's a council discussion, not a conversation between council members and the public. They don't get a second or third bite.
No, of course they don't, but we are allowed to respond to public comment, make a brief response to it. We always have. If we're changing,
said, yeah.
like
it's part of the agenda item, yeah.
Yeah, in real time, like not wait until discussion. I'm just clarifying. We've always been able to respond to a public comment at the time, provided it was brief. And I mean, we've done that. That's been the norm. If it's no longer the norm, then it's good to know that. But when did that change? We've always said, I'd like to respond to that public comment, and it's always been okay. But if it's not that anymore, then we should know. Do you understand? You're looking at me like you're puzzled.
No, I think we've gone back and forth on this particular point, but I think
I just
through the mayor, it's in order for a brief response to the public comment, but the commenter doesn't get a second bite.
No, of course not.
Okay, let's
No, and he also doesn't get to make conditions. you know.
Please
Yeah.
proceed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I would like to point out to everyone who happens to be out there that there is a difference between activism and governance. And Thomas Lindsay is an activist. The people up here are governors. We govern. We keep the city in our perspective at all times. So to say that we are following a guru and we're willing to put the city into, liability is, I would just ask you to be a little bit more, and this has to be a safe space, so I'm going to let it be that. But I just want to make the difference between activism and governance. And we're up here to govern.
Okay. Next we have Andy Gilman.
Thank you, council and staff. Very exciting night tonight. Good job. So it seems to me this initiative is really innovative and far-reaching, and I'm not opposed to it. And I think that this ordinance potentially breaks some very long-standing boundaries. So given that, and given the magnitude of it, I don't understand what the rush is about. And so, especially when that's going to be approved that's so different from the norm. So while there was a public forum right after it was introduced, I would suggest more workshops are warranted. For example, I would love to hear from our farmers about the phosphorus criteria. Does it work for them? Does it make sense? Could it be expanded or whatever? I would love to hear from other cities, either their councils or their legal staff. How was it challenged? How did we work around it or whatever? It just seems if you're going to do something really big, you wouldn't want to do it like at 10 o'clock when nobody's around, or that you had one workshop that wasn't very well attended, when other things have much more time given to them. That's something so big. So it seems to me if an ordinance like this is passed and we have to continually return to it to make adjustments, then we're going to undermine the desired effect. So for something that has such a major role, a major impact, I would suggest a big rollout, long-term, over time. Again, if there's some pressing issue that I don't know about, that's different, but I'm not aware of one. So I would suggest a slower course. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Any comments online, Weston?
No, Mayor, no raised hands.
All right, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
Yeah, I'll begin. What the heck? I guess first, I would dispute that there's no fiscal impact to be experienced by the city. I think the first time somebody is challenged based upon what's in this ordinance, there's going to be a lawsuit. And apparently, historically, those lawsuits are lost, and so I guess there's no fiscal impact if we're committing to not defend the ordinance. But if we're going to defend the ordinance and that it's valid, we'll be real party in interest, and so we would be incurring fees. There's also some prohibitive conduct that's specified in this ordinance, so there's necessarily enforcement activity. Although we've often received the criticism from this city manager and prior city manager that, might be a good idea, but how the heck do you enforce that? And I think it's I don't know what the enforcement mechanism is to figure out how people are fertilizing. The idea of telling, I was trying to think what retailers in the city limits sell fertilizer that has phosphorus in it. And believe there's one, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And yet, if somebody wants to buy a fertilizer with phosphorus in it, they can go do that at a number of different places in the greater Ojai area. So why are we punishing one retailer who might want to sell fertilizer and telling them you can't sell fertilizer anymore? Phosphorus is actually considered very beneficial. In fact, it's in the staff report. It's actually good for plants. The problem is when you use too much of it and it runs out and it accumulates, then you potentially create algal blooms and other things that are damaging to the ecosystem. So I don't really have a problem with talking about a regulation to address runoff of fertilizers, but there's really to me there's kind of a fundamental disconnect between the rights of nature and then the phosphorus thing. And I do appreciate that Taylor worked hard to create a avenue that would maybe withstand some challenges, legal challenges that have been successful in the past. But the rights of a community, of nature, and the regulation of how we might be polluting things is kind of they seem like they're two separate ordinances to me. We're basically the rights of nature concept is challenging traditional legal notions, and as an attorney, I have lots and lots of questions that I won't talk about because I know I'm not going to get 2 more votes on this one. But I really question whether we have the ability to alter rights that have been that have evolved through centuries of legal evolution. And so I think that Ojai is better served by watching what other communities have done, and when they've done it successfully, adopt it if it fits our needs. But I'm not aware of a community that has done this successfully, so I would not be supporting this.
Can I just ask a question? There are cities who have adopted this, correct?
So each of the prohibitions have been adopted by cities, and they currently have survived challenges. The versions that you see before you are tweaked for Ojai's situation because they are located in different places. But the principle of those ordinances have remained the same.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and talk. This is complicated. So the evolution of rights is an evolution. There used to be no rights for women. There used to be no rights for children. There used to be no rights for African Americans. So yes, this is a big leap to go away from human rights. But rights has always been an expansive and inclusive concept. And so that's the first thing about rights. I would ask Taylor really to speak to, because she worked really hard to make this we're going to talk about this, aspirational, but also to be able to survive legal challenges. That is the difference between activism and governance. And I had that conversation today with my colleagues. And, governance is about leading. It's about seeing a vision and seeing how you can do it. And that's what I think that this ordinance is. And I trusted our legal staff to work really hard to make it as bulletproof as possible. And in the end, the city council will have the ability to decide to move forward on any lawsuit or not. So, you know, that it has always been a city council's decision. As far as, you know, rolling this out slowly, and, you know, I think the education can follow, and I do in fact have a sort of friendly amendment motion for education, but I see no reason to wait. It was poorly attended. There's been articles in the paper. Anyone who wanted to make any public comment was free to do so. They could have sent it in to public comment. They didn't. And so I'm uninclined to wait for the public to, you know, comment back. It's been out there for a month, and there's been an amazing lack of people negatively responding. In fact, everybody I have talked to, and yes, I'm you know, perhaps I'm an activist when I get there, but everybody I have talked to has said, this is a good idea. We need to change the way we associate and the way we think about our interactions with nature, and this seems to be the most promising way to do it. We were on Chumash land. We had a Lifetime Achievement Award given to a Chumash elder. We know that this is being adopted in tribal lands, but they are their own governing system, sovereign, as you might say. So for that reason, I'm uninclined to just keep trying to roll it out. We've got a ton of stuff. I mean, so I'm going to make a motion. I would like to sort of make an amendment to this that has to do with an educational component for our commissions and staff to truly understand how what the ramifications of this might be in their day-to-day analysis and work. So while I get that up, I'm happy to pass the mic to anyone who would like to speak.
Yeah, thank
Councilmember
you.
Lang?
Yes, so I second what Councilmember Rule just said. And to Larry's point, Larry, I had the same concerns that you had. And in fact, there were times listening to Mr. Lindsay at our event that we had, and also in the course that we're taking, when I have been very, I've pushed back quite a bit about the level of activism. And so, you know, these were things that we brought into our conversation with Taylor, with our city attorneys. And so we really worked to avoid any of the challenges, legal challenges or other challenges that other cities have faced when passing these kinds of ordinances. And we did create, I think our initial goal was, this is a movement that is really advancing the conversations around environmental protection and environmental integrity. And we wanted to be a part of those conversations, but we wanted to do them in a way that would really speak to concerns that we would have here in Ojai. And so I think that Taylor did a great job of doing that, of walking that fine line, of allowing us to be forward thinking in how we care for our community and the nature in our community, but also how do we protect the city from the expense of legal action. So I just wanted to point that out and to say that yes, that the movement has activists who are very passionate and who are willing to take people into bankruptcy, but we as council members are not willing to take us into bankruptcy. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, first I would like to thank Councilmember Rule and Councilmember Lang for bringing this forward. Really appreciate all the hard work that you put into this, the diligence, and really the bravery to bring something forward that is a big leap. I also want to thank our Assistant City Attorney, Taylor, yeah, who worked so hard on this to make it palatable and workable, and that's a huge step forward. And I think what we're really talking about here is that we need a shift in consciousness, and I think all of us would agree that from separation to connection, we actually are all connected to the water, to the trees, to each other, to the plants, to the animals. And we took a wrong turn when we thought that we were disconnected, not connecting to each other. And I really feel like, as it was said earlier, we are the gatekeepers of the world. And it's our responsibility to show up and be that at this point. And, we've been on the wrong track for hundreds of years, which is why we have ended up in this really place of crisis where our planet is actually burning up. So I think it's time now that we step forward and say, there is no community without nature. Nature is community, which includes all of us, and we are nature. So before there were centuries of legal evolution to get there, we lived in a time when people actually saw themselves as part of the planet, not separate. And I feel that while this is aspirational, it can survive legal challenge, and I really trust our legal team. And I think that we, as Councilmember Rule said, we have the ability to move forward on a lawsuit or not. So we have that choice. So we're all logical, rational human beings, and we don't want to put the city in any place of jeopardy. And yet, I think it's at the time, historically, where we have to embrace nature as part of us. So I would support this, and I'm grateful to both of you for doing it.
I support everything that my colleagues have just stated. I support it wholeheartedly. I just have maybe a mundane question on page 5-3. The bottom paragraph that begins, residents and property owners in Ojai can create and maintain managed natural landscapes on their property. I'm not understanding this part about native vegetation over 8 inches tall, as long as, is that some standard?
So
yeah. Do we need that level of detail?
Yes.
Okay.
Because even with this, there obviously is fire risk within the city.
Okay.
So there is discretion with the director of community development and the fire chief and the health department if a native landscape creates a fire hazard or health hazard,
okay,
right?
got it.
So the 8 inches is a consistent standard that's used in other jurisdictions that have
Okay.
adopted this ordinance.
Okay.
With that being said, we still here in Ojai have to contend with fire concerns. So really trying to allow for spaces that have native vegetation, including native grasses,
Yes.
but managing the fire risk
Yeah,
part of it.
yeah.
So that's where that information is coming
Okay,
from.
thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Yeah, I'm ready to support
Okay,
this.
all right, we ready for roll call?
Could I say one thing, and I had forgotten about this? Over a year ago, I had a Rights of Nature forum that was much better attended than this last one. And I find that there's a lot of support in Ojai for this and a real appetite to figure out how we can do this. And this is a way to give people that sort of guidance for me. And that's what people wanted at that first forum. They wanted to know, what do we do next? How do we move forward with this? How do we make this happen? And so we're blessed that we have a council that is willing to do that. And so I feel particularly blessed that I have a council I'm part of a council that will do this, and city attorneys who will work really hard to give us what we really need, but also protect us. And I feel like you did that, Taylor. You protected us, but you gave us what we wanted, and so I thank you very, very much. And so I'm gonna
Wait.
I'm sorry.
One quick comment.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should mention that you also spoke with Julie Tumite Stensley at length, and this is in keeping with the whole Shumash philosophy. That's part of our heritage. I think we can note that as well. Thank you.
Okay, ready for a roll call?
No.
Wait.
Councilmember Rule paused her motion and then didn't come back to it. And then if I could ask a small favor.
Of course.
If you could also include in your motion to strike in section 5-16.03A the language by the sovereign people.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be so great. Thank you.
Right. So I'm going to make a motion that we pass we introduce and pass an ordinance adding chapter 5-6 to the Ojai Municipal Court Code, the rights of nature, and to include to direct staff to create educational materials for city staff, officials, and commissioners to use when considering the rights of nature, when adopting and recommending city policies, and also that we strike in section 5-16.03 the words by the sovereign people.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Motion clearly understood by staff. Roll call. Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Thank you.
With deep gratitude, with deep gratitude to everyone who's sitting here. Thank you.
All right, we will move on to council member reports. Council members, anything to report?
Give us a minute.
Yes.
Yep.
I have a.
Yep.
I have a report. I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to say Ojai Day was incredibly successful, and it was such a great feeling of community, and I heard great feedback about it, and especially about the dunking booth. So I just wanted to give a shout out to my colleagues who were dunked, and to our city manager and Steve Quillisi, one of our commissioners, and Larry was dunked as well. All of us who braved that dirty water. No, it wasn't too bad. But I just want to say that really speaks to the community that we have, and I'm really grateful to have been a part of it.
Can I just go ahead, Councilman? Oh, I just wanted to tag onto that and thank Christy Rivera specifically, who worked so hard putting this together. Also, Juan and the maintenance crew worked for days to make that happen and make it run so smoothly. So thank you so much. And also Bridget Mara, who did a lot of work on it too.
Yeah, agreed. The city staff was fabulous, and the guys were working well into dark, driving around, picking up garbage, the likes. I don't have any reports.
Okay.
But thank
Anyone
you.
else?
Yeah.
Yep.
The Ventura County Animal Shelter, Animal Services they're called, finally has a new shelter director. His name is Esteban Rodriguez, and he was one of the people we interviewed when I was on the panel. And there are several things that I really like about him, is that he would express willingness to allow volunteers who actually work with the dogs to weigh in when they're assessing dogs for euthanasia. That's just really near and dear to my heart. And also, he speaks Spanish, so he can help with situations in Oxnard, and there's a lot of work to be done. And then I forwarded this to you already, but the Ventura on Thursday, October 24, the Ventura Police will host a second e-bike safety workshop, and I don't know if I can attend, but I'm hoping we can have something similar. It doesn't have to necessarily be on the agenda, but we really need to have that in Ojai as part of our education. And or do we need to? I haven't looked at the email that you sent.
I
Do we
spoke
need-
to Chief today
Yeah,
about your
okay.
email, and she said that she is working on something similar for Ojai, but there's a lot of moving parts to it. But your email was received, and she is
Okay.
working on it.
Okay, thank you. And then we could perhaps have, as part of the education component, it's already been, they have all this educational material on their website. We could have that on our website, and we could include it in our newsletter, like that. And, it seems like every meeting we hear again about cyclists ignoring traffic laws. So I'm sure this will keep coming around until the future council, and I'll be at the podium. I'm not disappearing.
Well, I would like to congratulate Barry Cohen, who's the founder of the Miners Oaks Community Garden, and her right-hand helper, Michaela Keppel, for making a dream come true. I went to the ribbon cutting on Sunday, and it's really a beautiful garden, so I encourage everybody to go check it out. And also, thank you to my colleagues, and we missed you at the League of Cal Cities. It was great to be together. It was in Long Beach last week, and we learned a lot, met a lot of local electeds, and it was just really nice to know that we are not alone. Anybody else? City Manager's report?
Just for the record, I need to confirm that I was at that same conference that you all attended, and thank you very much for being there.
Thank you for attending. Any future agenda items? I don't think so. All right, thank you all for a productive evening, and we are adjourned.